Scared that I'll miss you, so I'll take the chance. Need one more touch and then never again. And I can say that we love to the end. We're gonna dance, dance, dance through the night. With your head right in mine. I'm gonna leave you behind. So let's dance, dance, dance one last time. And we can move, you and I, until we lose our minds. I'm gonna leave you behind. So let's dance, dance, dance one last time. We're gonna
Codex code review is industry gold standard. Our engineers ask for it by name. We've been relying on it for a long time here at RAMP. I'm Austin Ray. I lead the AI DevX team at RAMP, and this is what Codex unlocks. The current project I'm working on is On-Call Assistant, an AI-driven on-call helper to take most of the burden off of our engineers. Codex is a really solid harness for AI in agent form to help you solve complex problems and do software engineering. And I've found that uniquely, Codex with GPT 5.4 is incredibly adept at dealing with complexity in a way that would take me a ton of mental effort, a lot of sleep, and a lot of single-minded focus. But Codex with GPT 5.4 just sort of handles it like it's nothing. At RAMP, engineers used to wait hours for a first review. Now, Codex gives them substantive feedback in minutes.
Heck no. Money can't buy happiness. Everyone knows that. But it can get you a professional-grade air grinder, along with every other tool you need to rebuild that motorcycle. And when you fire that baby up, it'll make you so happy you'll have rays of sunshine coming out your wazoo. Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
Known for pursuing your passions. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 18 types of cancer, including certain early stage and advanced cancers. One of those cancers is early-stage non-small cell lung cancer. Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies before surgery when you have early-stage lung cancer, which can be removed by surgery, and then continued alone after surgery to help prevent your lung cancer from coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, persistent or severe muscle pain or weakness, muscle cramps, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, such as Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, lupus, or myasthenia gravis, or Guillain-Barré syndrome, an organ, tissue, or stem cell transplant, or receive chest radiation. Keytruda can harm your unborn baby.
Keytruda is an immunotherapy and is also being studied in hundreds of clinical trials, exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you.
Check, 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 check.
Hello? You there?
Hiring and no response? Not with ZipRecruiter. If you need to hire fast, post your job on ZipRecruiter in minutes, and we'll quickly find the best people for your job. We'll even show you the most interested candidates first, so you can start talking to the right people faster. No matter what the role, we've got the right fit for it. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers get a quality candidate on day 1. Go to ZipRecruiter.com to post jobs for free.
ZipRecruiter.
We need AI experts. Upwork puts top freelance talent right at our fingertips. We've got to automate our software, our customer service, our hiring. Upwork's AI helps match us with the perfect person for our project. We can hire top freelance talent in as little as a day, and it's free to search, find, and post.
Get a match, get moving. Upwork.
I've been alone for a quiet time. I've been alone when the sun goes down. It's the time you were by my side. Been running into the wild, running in the night. It's so cold since you left my side. Running in.
Got your search? Yeah, I got your introduction. Yeah, our pleasure. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. We are going to be starting the presentations in about 1 minute. So if anybody's interested, we will be starting again in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wade Murrah. I'm actually going to be your MC, so I have the privilege of introducing myself, which I'm going to spare you from doing. Part of my project or my presentation is going to include some of the work that I do with Rotary and the Rotary Foundation. So with that, I've been asked to speak specifically on a project that I did in Guatemala. It was an evaluation of a project for reforestation of an area that was denuded by excessive use, just too many people wanting too much of the wood, so it disappeared. This is specifically what the Rotary Foundation does. It looks for outcomes, potential outcomes, to make sure that the projects we do are sustainable. Prior to putting this in place, we found that many of our grants, close to 90% of them, only existed for about 5 years. After that time, they just kind of went away because the people that we gave these projects to thought they were a gift, and that being a gift, if it went away, they'd get another gift. So that's why we now focus on is sustainability of these projects. This picture shows the region that I cover for Rotary. I am the coordinator. We are called cadres. We are technical advisors. There are 650 of us globally. My job with the Rotary Foundation is the regions coordinator for all 7 regions. So, yeah, you're lucky you have me today. I should be sleeping instead of talking. But this literally is how we do things. When we take a look at global grants that you will be involved with, it all goes through a system. And that Rotary Foundation makes sure that you all have all of the information you need, and we want to make sure that the projects you put forward are sustainable. The reason I got involved in 2006, I did the first water project in my life. I did it in Mexico. The reason I did this one, I have a degree in landscape architecture, in horticulture, and also in environmental science. So I graduated doing all those. I figured, well, what am I going to do with my life? I became a landscaper, figuring, well, this is good. At least I'm making a little money. But then when I joined Rotary, I figured, well, I'm joining Rotary to increase my, I would say, productivity, having those people then I could work with. I sat in a seat in a Rotary Club for 2 years, not doing anything, never getting a single bite for a project or for doing. Okay, we on? There we go. Thank you, Yanni. And okay, thank you. Well, it's a good thing I'm the first speaker because we already ran out of battery. I don't know about that one, but anyways, the first project I did, and the reason I got involved with Rotary was because President came to me and said, we want to do a water project in Mexico. We need somebody to volunteer that speaks Spanish, is bilingual, and understands how to do water projects. So I raised my hand and said, I would be happy to do that. In doing so, they did not, I got cheers from everybody. They did not realize that I raised my hand and volunteered because I had never been on an airplane outside of the country in my life. I got a free ride to Mexico. I figured that was my vacation time until I realized when I landed, my 2 buddies that were with me go, hey, wait, it's time to get to work. I go, well, what do I have to do? They said, well, the first thing you have to do is you have to find a local Rotary Club, talk to them. Once you find them, we have to go to the water district, talk to the people in the government at the water district. Once we have that, we have to find a location. Once you find that location, we have to find out the needs assessment, see what they need actually in the way of water. Once we have that, we do land rights agreements, water rights agreements, maintenance agreements, construction agreements. All of this in 5 days. So I go, okay, 5 days. I guess I am going to work, and so much for that vacation idea I had. But we were able to not only finish just one project here, but we did 2 other projects on that same trip. So this is why I became a Rotarian. Prior to that, I had no idea what Rotary was. The outcome, this gentleman here, Bernardo Ramos, he's from Pátzcuaro in the state of Michoacán. He was the water coordinator. He was the one that was director of water for all of that region, and he shows the before and after picture. One thing I want to stress to all of you that do projects, stay in contact with those people. Bernardo, we've been around for over 20 years now. We still talk to each other on a regular basis, along with all of the other Rotarians in that area. So don't just go in there, do a project, and leave thinking that's not going to continue on. You have to continue those relationships. One thing I did find out quite interesting, I put this picture up here. This is a picture of my late wife, along with a younger girl. Her name is Angela, between us. And I put this picture up there because it's a reminder. Not only did we do a water project, but this girl in the center, her name was Angela. We asked her what she was going to do in the following year after we started this project. I said, well, it's time you're going to be going to secondary school, right? And she goes, no, I can't go to secondary school because we cannot afford a uniform. We could not afford a uniform because my younger brothers and sisters were always sick. We had no water. So my mother had to work, my father had to work, I had to stay home, meaning Angela, to take care of their family the whole time. Well, the next year we went in there and we seen Angela standing at a bus stop in a uniform. I said, what happened? We got clean water. Nobody's sick anymore. My mother and father are now able to work. My brothers and sisters are all well, and I could afford a uniform. So there's a secondary effect. You're losing, okay, back on. So we were not only looking at water as a source, but everything else you could think of. This project here that I'm going to talk to you about was one that I evaluated a year ago. It was in the area of Rabanal, Guatemala, And this project was a reforestation project that I was asked to evaluate. Rabanal is an interesting community. It's dead center of Guatemala, up in the mountains. It is a Mayan Achi village. About 40,000 people live there. I spent 5 days in this village taking a look at the project. The picture you see there depicts what it looks like now. This used to be a tropical rainforest, but after years and years of harvesting out all the wood, this is what they ended up with. What happened was, and they didn't realize this, we found that it pretty much destroyed the condensation layer of those mountains. What happens then is the rain clouds that come through the area slide over those mountains to dump in a higher region area. So the reforestation project was to bring water back down to the lower areas, the lower mountain sides. This was the project we were working on. This is what Rabanal looks like. It is definitely rustic. I spent, like I said, 5 days there. I was treated like royalty. They gave me a hotel room, one of 5 hotel rooms in the city of Rabanal that had hot running water. So I was a happy camper. That place is pretty warm, by the way. The project included 17 regions, 17 communities, where each member of the community had somebody that would take over and take charge of doing the projects. That project was going to include not only reforestation, but also agriculture, including, it included having pigs, having chickens, and having cattle if you could afford it, along with agricultural products. The idea was then we would give them 5 trees to plant. That would be the reforestation project, but give them also the opportunity to now go ahead and produce their own food, along with selling the excess that they had to help build it up. This was one of the gentlemen here. He was extremely proud of the project that he was doing. Prior to this, the only thing they had was corn and sugarcane. So they had wiped out that mountainside. There's not much left of it. So now he reforested it and put together some fruits, vegetables, along with planting beans, legumes, peas, things like that. Legumes actually produce nitrogen back into the soil. They use that then to till them back in to create a little bit of organic matter. So it basically mulches itself. One of the interesting factors, I put this picture up here because the same gentleman showed me what he was the most proud of. One of the most proud things he owned was what was in that jar. That jar contained seeds, corn seeds. Those corn seeds, he said, had been in his family for generations. He says he estimates it was over 1,000 years of using that same corn seed. They're extremely proud of it. Each family has their own source of corn seeds. They each prize that as a prized possession. I'm giving you this project because we are talking originally environmental sustainability, but we're also looking at, this is the only project I've ever done that touched on all 7 areas of focus. Fascinating project. This gentleman here also was the one that told me, he goes, I have my family now, and he says, this is the one thing I saved when I did the project, those seeds. Back in 1982 to 1984, the Mayan Achi people were chased out of their lands because the government wanted to actually put in a hydrological water dam in the area. It was electrical, my apologies. And the idea was that they would put it in the low-lying area, which was the valley, where the Mayan Achi people actually lived in. They populated that area closest to water. Well, the challenge was that was also the site that they wanted to do this. So the Guatemalan government, along with assistance from the U.S. government, hate to say, ended up taking over this land using the Cold War efforts, saying that these Mayan people are actually allies to the government. And based on that, they went there and literally exterminated 5,000 people of Mayan descent in between 1982 and 1985. I say that because the museum shows 525 people were executed. When I say that, they were remains that were located that went through DNA tracking to find out, in fact, that this was the case. But I said, wait a minute. This gentleman here told me that there was 5,000 people. He goes, well, I know that for a fact. He goes, we There we go. Thank you. His family, his mother, his father, his grandparents, 2 brothers, 1 sister, including a younger brother that he held in his arm, were all executed in his sight, literally within the house. He escaped along with his younger sister. They ran away. He ran back for one thing, the seed. He said that was the only thing that's going to be survived. The rest of his ancestors are gone. So he saved the seed. Now, when you think about this, again, for peace and conflict prevention, we look at this as something that had happened to this generation, yet they moved forward. Extremely proud of what they were doing. Okay, here we go. Some of the projects done, this was in a low-lying area. We did water. This was done 4 years prior to that one. Up until 4 years ago, this creek ran only seasonal, about 3 to 4 months. After we put this project in place, this stream ran for the last 2 years all year long. So they're able to start reforesting or actually growing on the low-lying areas that is extremely dry. Okay, I'm getting a little stuck on this one here. Yeah, we missing the rest of the slides? Because if so, I'll fake the rest of it. Okay, here we go. On the next slide you see, which you don't really see, I'll go through the project that we actually went through. When we did this project, we found out that the low-lying areas, being extremely dry, they were able to actually take water to plant orchards in these dry areas. Water once a week, a small amount, a 5-gallon jug was all they can give to these trees, but they would get plastic soda bottles, cut them in half, stick them upside down, and be able to draw up an extract through condensation back into these things that would keep replenishing in the root area. Those were able to produce within 5 years' time. So it was completely reorganized where they had this water source down below for quite a while beyond that one. So we do know that we had success of that one. The other interesting factor that we had when we did the project itself, and I'm going to see if we got more. Thank you very much. We got it working again. This is the lady's farm. She is one of the other people that was trained to give produce and understand how the rest of the project worked. From there, we took a look at what was needed. I told you the soil was extremely. There wasn't much left in the soil, so we started doing this composting project. You heard that we had livestock. Livestock also is incorporated into this thing. What most people don't realize when you do a reforestation project, the soil is already depleted. You put a tree in there, it's not going to hold moisture, it's not going to grow. One of the reasons for that is because it lacks microbes, beneficial microbes in it. Not just the worms, because the worms and the worm castings serve to replenish the plants. They keep the soil light, but also these beneficial microbes include fungi, algae, and bacteria. And without those specific beneficial microbes, you do not have water uptake, soil uptake, nutritional uptake. All this has to be included in there. So if you put a tree in a desert area, it's never going to grow, even if you give it water, because it can't draw up the water. It needs these microbes to live. Most people don't realize this. Believe it or not, this technology originated 2,000 years ago in Japan. Because if you look at Japan, all the people that live there, they've lived there for a long time, thousands and thousands of years. But they pretty much overpopulated Japan, but they were able to replenish it based on the system that we're using here. Again, some of the product we took a look at, these are the gentlemen that were working with us on this project. The people that were involved with it were Mayan-Achi people. They were actually residents in the area itself. They now run a nonprofit. Believe it or not, I'm going to be in the same village in 4 weeks' time. I'm going back for a reevaluation for the Rotary Foundation. This is that orchard I was telling you about. This one here is about 5 years old, 6 years old. Up until this time, you could see there was nothing out there. I mean, you wonder if even the rocks could live in soil like this. Okay, here we go again. Yanni, you got to give me a hand here. Thank you very much. This is the bottle I was telling you about. This is what was collecting the water and helping us get water to these trees and plants. This tree was planted 2 years prior to that one. So you can see the struggles that it has. When I say struggles for plants, even the lady that was doing this said she only had water once a week also. She had to share her water with the plants that she was growing. So it was a pretty tough situation. Same lady here, she's extremely happy. What she has there is a cup of water. Actually, it was a punch bowl, basically. And she put all of her fruits into that also. We had pineapple, bananas, pretty much everything else. She made a juice out of that one for us to drink. Extremely resourceful, extremely happy. As you can see here, she was very proud of the project she had created. These are some of the other people also that were part of this project. Of the 17, every one of them meet together once a month to go over the successes and challenges that they face with these projects. This once a month meeting helped them all to diversify what they're growing, get an understanding of what other fruits, vegetables they could grow as far as crops beyond that. Here we go, some of the proud product that they had. These are basically cherry tomatoes. They also harvest the seeds, so about 1/4 of the produce that they actually grow, they keep the seeds for to replenish those crops. This is one of the big success areas here. This gentleman here created a whole mountainside of foresting. You see there bananas, you see also cocoa, coffee. You have a number of other fruits, vegetables. He had cattle on that thing. He had chicks on this area. The water that you see in those little reservoirs is water that comes down through the mountains. It's part of a stream process. It flows in and out, goes down to service the rest of the area. They actually had tilapia in these things, so they also had fish growing. This gentleman here had traveled the world. He had been to 11 different countries to study what he was doing here, including Japan. I want to talk to you about one of the challenges. As I was working on this project, getting ready to go, one of the people I worked with was this young lady here. She was 22 years old. And we talk about fragile lives, fragile situations. 2 months before I got there, this poor girl, 22-year-old, perished. She ended up contracting dengue fever from bad water that she had nearby. That mosquito bite ended up taking her life. So again, we keep thinking about the successes, but we have to realize that it's coming at somewhat of a cost, but that cost is going to be a huge benefit, because knowing that she is now gone, we understand that we have to now take care of all the contaminated water also in those systems. These are all of the members that were with us for going over that project. And as I told you, this team here, they're all volunteers. These volunteers go into the 17 different communities to make sure that their communities are taken care of, handled right, understand the concept and process everything from composting to reforestation, including rotating of crops. The other thing that's important, these same people that are working in this area keep track of the livestock. They make sure that there's enough medicine to vaccinate in case there's any type of epidemic of animals. They also track the health of the parents and the people and the young children. So if there's an outbreak of any type of disease, they know literally, because they are connected by phone to headquarters, that from there the government will come in there and take care of them, including issuing vaccines. Those vaccines are then administered by the volunteers. So it became a completely self-sufficient area. Education became another component of that one. That's why when I say this project's unique, it literally did connect us with all 7 areas of focus. These are the 7 areas of focus for those of you who've never seen it. We have peace and conflict prevention, disease prevention and treatment, water, sanitation and hygiene, maternal and child health, basic education literacy, community and economic development, and supporting the environment. So those are the 7 areas that we as Rotarians, the foundation, will have us fit our projects within one of these 7 areas globally. And again, the interesting factor is, if you look at this, that is all done through the foundation. This is our priorities. We want to increase our impact, expand our reach, engage participant engagement, and increase our ability to adapt. These are something that is brand new, fairly new, but these are the objectives that we have for every project we've done. And knowing that, I did see a 5 minute sign up there, so thank you very much for that, Lori. But I was actually on time. So with that, I have a last slide, I hope. Any questions? That's it. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties on this one, but I think we got it sorted out for the next presenters. Any questions from anybody? Well, it's good you guys didn't fall asleep. I appreciate that. I guess the coffee's good here. You do have a question? Come on up. Come on. No, come on.
Thank you. Wait, I think if no, thank you, Wade. I think that it was a really nice presentation. It was a really inspiring presentation. I'm a part of a road track club in Bogota capital in the district 42A1.
Okay.
And I see something interesting in what you said, that it was that the project apply for 7 areas of interest, but I'm just wondering if you identified this since the beginning of the project, or you just during the implementation of the project identified that this project not only impacted 1 or 2 areas, but also the others. How was this process?
Very good question. Thanks for being my plant, by the way. I appreciate that one. The answer to that one was as a reforestation project. That was specifically it. The intent was always to do that as a primary. The secondary benefit was actually to bring water back into the community. Little did they realize, and by the way, when they did the actual assessment, they said, and I read the project, it said of the assessment, 699 beneficiaries direct, 699 beneficiaries indirect. I looked at it and go, wait a minute. I said, you got 44,000 people living down in the valley. Why did you come up with 699? They said, well, that's the community we're working with. I go, but the water's going down all the way through the city to the other end. Your education is not only changing the economy of your community, but also of the city, because now the city people are able to purchase fresh fruit and vegetables at a lower cost than having it come all the way in from Guatemala City. So I says, now you've changed that factor too. As I went through it, I was able to check all 7 boxes because of specifically that. They didn't even know that was occurring. So they had to change their indirect beneficiaries from 699 to 42,000 people. So again, one of the benefits is that, thank you, one of the benefits is that we as Rotary Foundation cadres, technical advisors go in, we could actually see beyond what the scope of the project is. We are able to then see the benefits more directly. So when you do, for example, a reef project, little do you realize that that reef project done potentially in the Bahamas will actually affect everybody on that eastern port, on the eastern coastline. It goes a long way. If we do a water project that decontaminates water in any river, that's going to go forever also, because now you're putting water, replenishing that water system, that would continue to be more and more polluted. It's more and more concentrated. So with that, thank you. We've got our next presentation, and I will be around, by the way. If anybody has any questions for me, I'll be around. I'm going to be the MC. Quick plug for Barry and I, because we are terrible at selling books, but we do have some books in the back if you're interested in taking a look at some of those. With that, between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, our next presentation is Blue Carbon Gold Mine, Why Mangroves Are the Most Efficient Carbon Capture Technology on Earth. So with that, I got Serge Dedina, who's coming up here. He leads the international team of Wild Coast. There you go.
Thanks, Wade. Wade was awesome. Great, absolutely fantastic work. Look, there's nothing easy about working with communities to do hard stuff. And I want to just thank Rotary International for taking the time and effort to do it strategically. Wild Coast is an international team that conserves coastal and marine ecosystems and wildlife. We've been supported in the past by Rotary, Uptown Rotary in San Diego, as well as have a very strong partnership with Rotary Coronado in San Diego. So, gonna get right to the point. We're gonna talk about how, and you know, what you guys are doing in Guatemala is really the essential question. How do we work with people to save the planet? How do we work with people to improve communities, livelihoods, but also ecosystems, right, and wildlife? So, just a little bit of background about myself. I'm the original hippie family living in a van down by the river. My dad got a job with USAID in 1974, and instead of getting the plane, he bought a Econoline F-150 van, or a van, and we lived in the van and drove to El Salvador. All right, passing through Guatemala and Mexico, but it was a life-changing experience because we lived with people in the middle of nowhere, in Guatemala, in El Salvador, in Oaxaca, right, to see the very drama of how do you work with communities? How do people make a living? And how do you respect their traditions and culture, right, to help them help themselves? That's the key thing. How do you help people help themselves and save the planet? But I'm lucky. I was a good student, so I got a scholarship at UC San Diego, and allowed me to surf, but also spend time in Peru, Morocco, and Spain, living abroad, studying abroad, getting my undergrad degree. I was a lifeguard as well in California. That also provided some extra money, but basically spending my time living around the world in rural areas was an eye-opening experience, especially in Peru and Mexico, where I really spent time with fishing communities and learned the drama of what it takes to live on a coastline in the middle of nowhere and make a living, right? What does that mean? And then finally, I got a PhD at the University of Texas at Austin, go Longhorns, and basically, the same thing. Spent 2 years with my wife, Emily, living with people who make a living from whale watching, but also doing a project to identify what it takes to get people to switch from fishing to ecotourism, right? To get people off of things that destroy nature, right? So anyway, but today we're here to talk about Wild Coast and the work we do. Really, it's focused on ecosystems and wildlife, but also things that address climate change through natural solutions. And the things that we do include establishing and managing protected areas, working with communities to restore blue carbon ecosystems like mangroves and seagrasses and wetlands, and then work in partnership with communities, the governments, and the private sector. To be honest, we always try to, if we can avoid working with the government, we do. The idea is to get things done very, very quickly. But most importantly, it's about working with people to save nature. And this is our team. Our team's in the field all the time, from California down to southern Mexico. We have a project in Colombia as well, working on coral reef projects, mangrove projects, sea turtle projects, a lot of ecological restoration, all of it community focused. To date, we've helped protect 38 million acres in Mexico and California. Very proud of that work. But it's never over, right, Wade? It's never over. Ongoing process, right? So we've helped to protect acres, but we're always working to protect more. But what I say is we're the sentinels of the sea. The goal is really to make sure that our folks are on the ground, surveying the landscape and working with people to identify the threats that threaten amazing, globally important ecosystems. So I'm just going to get through that. And so really today the idea is to talk a lot about mangroves and blue carbon. Blue carbon, just two cool words. They're really about the carbon that mangroves and other aquatic ecosystems are storing in mud, really. So anyway, and how we work with people to restore them. So these are trees in tropical and subtropical areas where freshwater mixes with saltwater. These are essentially the rainforests of the sea, right? We tend to think we're mangrove nerds, that these are the coolest ecosystems in the tropics. If you're into fishing and sport fishing, you definitely like mangroves, and I'll show that in a second. But what we've learned over the last 10 to 15 years, the science behind this, scientists from Australia, Mexico, the United States, and other countries, is that these ecosystems are the superheroes of the sea in terms of storing and sucking up carbon. So you can see the different kinds of mangroves. We have red, black, white, button mangroves. In Mexico, where we work, we're really working with red, black, and white mangroves. White mangroves get really, really big in Baja, but in southern Mexico, red mangroves get huge, get 50 feet tall. And in Mexico, where Wild Coast works, we have the 4th largest mangrove coverage, over 2 million acres of mangroves. So huge, storing huge amounts of carbon. When I was in grad school back in the 80s, it was all about tropical rainforests, and we absolutely have to preserve tropical rainforests and reforest all these tropical areas. We didn't know about, back then, we didn't know about mangroves at all. And what's happening now, because of, especially in the Eastern Pacific, just like the Gulf of Mexico, sending hurricanes up through Houston and Central Texas and Louisiana, warming waters off the Gulf of Tehuantepec in southern Mexico are sending hurricanes either hitting Oaxaca and then around the area where Acapulco is, or they're going up to Baja California and then slamming into this area here. So real threat from hurricanes. And guess what defends against hurricanes more than anything else? Natural ecosystems. So mangroves are essential for helping communities defend themselves against hurricanes. But amazing wildlife habitat. This is in southern Baja. We have bald eagles on these mangroves as well. And it turns out in southern Baja, 2/3 of the fisheries production is coming out of these mangroves on the Pacific, right? Amazing. And this is what you want to see. You want to see fishermen, right, working, harvesting scallops off the bottom, right? That's a pretty low impact activity, right? And all these activities around shellfish come from mangroves, right? All different kinds of shellfish that they're harvesting pretty sustainably. And if you're a fisherman, you get the super slam tarpon, snook, bonefish permit. You probably spend a lot of time hanging out in mangroves and probably in areas in the Gulf of Mexico and off Yucatan. You got mangroves and then coral reefs offshore, right? All of these fish spend their juvenile in and around mangroves, and then as adults as well. I handline for a snook in southern Baja, super fun. And snook has got to be the best tasting fish you can get as ceviche. But this is the issue of livelihoods, and this is really where the crux of the work becomes with mangroves and the work we do in conservation, international conservation, whether it's in Guatemala or Mexico or California, right? How do you work with people, and how do you figure out how to get guys that have spent their lives throwing gill nets into the water, right, to harvest sharks, right, or sea turtles to do something different, right? That's the key. How do you get communities shifting off of destructive activities, which in most cases they don't want to do, and getting also not just the men, but the women engaged as well. That's the key thing. If you want to have community development, that's what's cool about Guatemala. I saw men and women. And a lot of times, women are driving the communities. The investments back in household economies are being made by women. That's clear. And so what we've really decided and really made an attempt at is to work with women in communities to help grow mangroves and restore mangroves, because ultimately, the men are out fishing, shellfish. The women, because of these are old school households, women really want to get more active in the economy and really contributing to the community. Not that they don't already. So this is the key thing. Carbon stored by mangroves, but the minute you cut them down or flood them, the minute they get flooded with a hurricane or you put a housing development in the middle of mangrove, that project should never have happened, they release carbon, huge amounts of carbon. That's what's happening in the Amazon. Huge amounts of release of carbon from deforestation are happening in Guatemala, but it's also happening as sea level rises, and then you have development taking away these mangroves. And that's why the idea with reforestation of mangroves is to move inland, help these ecosystems migrate inland with rising seas and storm surge. So these are like the superheroes of the ocean: mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marshes. This is when you talk about restoration ecology and natural climate solutions. For all of us blue carbon nerds, this is where the money meets the road, right? The problem is, in terms of the carbon market, this is a lot more complicated than growing trees on land because you're in the water. That's one thing. Two, what makes it even more complicated is that communities don't own this land, the federal government does. So if you want to get money from a carbon project, a global market carbon market project, that money won't go back into the community that is growing those mangroves or those wetlands. 3, it's just really hard to grow mangroves, seagrasses, and salt marsh. You're in the water, right? You're at the mercy of the ocean. You're at the mercy of hurricanes. Not that it isn't hard to grow trees and do reforestation on land, but it's just a lot more complicated in the water. The scale that you can do in the water is just a lot less than you can do on land. And so what we've decided is we're bypassing the carbon market, and we're always seeking out philanthropists, foundations, and then companies that are doing it voluntarily so that we can basically make these projects work without having to worry about the market. Just doing the studies to get a carbon project certified takes 3 years. It may cost more to do the project than the benefits from the carbon capture. But super cool, look at this. The amount of carbon that's being stored by oceanic mangroves dwarfs that of tropical forests, the estuarine mangroves, salt marshes, and seagrasses. So super, super amazing work that we've only found out about in the last 10 years, okay? How do we know this? Because Wild Coast was part of a team, so 10 times greater removal, up to 5 times more storage than other ecosystems. All right, so we know this because we actually did the carbon sampling for scientists. We had a team of scientists from the United States, from Scripps Oceanography in San Diego, from the University of Queensland in Australia, and then in Mexico as well. So our staff were going out and capturing the carbon, and we had a lab in Mexico and then in San Diego measuring the carbon, okay? So we're seeing these samples that are off the charts in terms of carbon storage, and then publishing that stuff in scientific journals. But then also really paving the way to make this as an issue in Mexico, helping, for example, in Mexico, put on forums on blue carbon, and then work with the government to develop a blue carbon policy in Mexico and in California as well. So one of the ways that we've been doing this in Mexico, and this is really key because it's always about the legal issues, is we've been working with the National Park Service in Mexico. It's called the Protected Area Commission and the Ministry of the Environment, and basically getting concessions to 60 feet above the mean high tide line where the mangroves are, and then in mangrove areas. So these can be deeded back to conservation, and then communities have the right to actually do the reforestation. So a lot of people are doing these projects, mangrove restoration projects, but they're not actually legal, and they don't have title to do it. And so therefore, it's a lot harder to attract funding, and a lot harder. So we're making sure that every place that we work has a legal concession to do so, right? Sanctioned by the federal government, and that way the community has an easy path to make this happen. All right, not an easy path, but it's legal. All right, so far we've had over 8,400 acres of mangroves protected through federal conservation concessions. And that just means that basically these areas are legally protected, even though they're maybe not a national park, or they're in a national park and nobody else can get a concession to put a shrimp farm here or a cruise ship terminal. And so this is part of the mangrove restoration process. Nothing easy about this. And this is something I really want to emphasize. It's not like people were doing this 1,000 years ago. This is all new. Nobody had to restore mangroves back before Columbus arrived in the Spanish arrived in the Americas and the Portuguese, right? There were plenty of mangroves. So these are all new technologies, new techniques, new science on how do you collect seedlings, right? How do you do a mangrove nursery? How do you plant mangroves? And then how do you dig the channels to restore these lagoons? That's the key thing, though. It's not just about planting. It's about digging. It's about the hydrology. It's about the botany. It's about the ecosystem science, right? So it's really, and it's not just about us doing the work or esteemed scientists having the knowledge. It's working with communities to train people to be coastal engineers, right, and botanists and ecosystem managers. That's the work we're all going to be doing, right? That's the work we're all going to be supporting, because this is the work that's just starting. How do we adapt our ecosystems to make them more resilient? But how do we get people involved so it's not just a guy with a master's degree in coastal engineering coming from a different city, that knowledge is being transferred and basically instilled in local communities, right? They become the experts. They become the teachers, right? And they become the people that train other communities on how to do this. Let me emphasize this. We're on the ground floor of this. We may not have a lot of time, but we have to invest in this process, just like it is in Guatemala, just like you do here in Mexico. It doesn't take a month. It doesn't take 6 months. It's a long-term process, right? Right? And it's important stuff. All right, so here's some of our work. This is Mexico. Playa Morayuta, southern Mexico. This is Chicagua National Park, the Bay of La Paz, and then San Ignacio Lagoon. So the reason why you say, we have this map here, why are you doing it here? Because these are areas that we got these federal concessions. The government was willing to make this work. All right, so we'll just walk through some of these sites. This is San Ignacio Lagoon. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site where gray whales go. So gray whales come down from Alaska and then come into these lagoons and give birth. These are all desert mangroves. So think of New Mexico on steroids, but with whales next to the cactus. It's amazing, amazing place, filled with sea turtles, fish. It's super cool, really, really cool area. But it's also surrounded by mangroves. So think about it, these gray whales come down and their ecosystem health in these lagoons is maintained by mangroves. So here we've helped restore about 300 acres, and it's about, the carbon storage is about 12,000 tons of carbon. So you can see the gray whales here, and really the issue is how do we maintain the health of this ecosystem and get more people engaged in things that aren't fishing. So been a huge shift away from fishing to ecotourism, which is a great thing, right? And then number two, how do we address these issues of, these are very flat landscapes, so how do we help them plant more mangroves? Because the storms that are coming basically are landing in this area, right? So that's the key thing. And because it's so flat, the idea is how do you basically help these mangroves migrate inland? And so we're working with 12 women. I was just there in March with my wife. We both did our PhDs here. My wife did her PhD on the role of women in conservation. So it was really nice to see all this work taking place. But basically, extraordinary group of women in a fish camp that looks like something out of The Road Warrior, right? Just amazing family. We've all been there, right? We know what that's like. And so, and just doing an extraordinary job in the face of adversity. They are in the most... Look, Baja 1000, remote Baja, this is the most remote part of Baja. Like, you got to drive through an hour and a half of sand dunes just to get there, all right? Anyway, but you can see how beautiful it is, but impacted by drought and then hurricanes. This year we've got Super El Nino on tap, so we're very worried about what's going to happen off Mexico because the water's already heating up, and that's what these hurricane belts, just like in the Gulf of Mexico, are really oriented this area and then in Oaxaca. So these are harvesting seeds. And then in the Bay of La Paz, which if you haven't been to La Paz, is way better than Cabo, gorgeous city. The southern part of the Bay of La Paz is ringed with mangroves. So we've got 200 acres, again, under a federal concession. The idea is to dig channels and then have more fish nurseries and then planting and mangrove nurseries. So the potential is about 24,000 tons of mangroves here. Again, an extraordinary group of women, but this is an extraordinary ecosystem. If you go there in November, after November, December, January, you have whale sharks, all right? So the mangroves are maintaining this vibrant sport fishing and ecotourism economy. Thousands of jobs depend on the health of these mangroves and the people that are working to protect them, right? Really, really cool. And this woman, Guardianas del Conchalito, 12 women who basically got yelled at for basically improving their backyard habitat, keeping people from dumping garbage here and using this as an off-road area. And then they also harvest shellfish, so they're doing aquaculture. And then we're working with them to grow mangroves. Again, extraordinary group of women. Old school Baja. You sit down for a long time under a palapa and you talk it out with 12 people. You don't, Nothing's moving quickly here, right? One of the things that they did, though, was they involved their kids. So next generation, kids are going to college, right? And now they have another group, Manglito, they're called those niños, something like the kids of the Manglito. And those kids, we're hopefully going to be trained in coastal engineering. But they did the first mangrove nursery in all of Baja, right? So again, and look, there's no bulldozers that are doing this. In Texas and California, when you spend $50 million to dredge a wetland and do a wetland restoration project, it costs a lot of money. They use big dredgers. In Mexico, it's by hand. They got up at 4 o'clock in the morning this week to get up and start, because it's really hot. It's Texas-style hot. And to dredge these canals. They've done hundreds of meters of canals, really impressive work. And that's the key thing. It's the hydrology, coastal engineering part that helps make these projects work. And that's the most complicated part. So challenges, urban development, right? You know, people just don't recognize that the mangroves are important. And so really extraordinary work, again, on the ground floor and really focused on the coastal hydrology. And then the last place, one of my favorite, this is Chicahua National Park in southern Mexico, Mexico's oldest coastal national park. It's a 136 acre site here. These are indigenous communities and then what are called Afro-Mexican communities. The descendants of slaves who arrived with the Spanish hundreds of years ago, live in these very remote areas in this lagoon. Very interesting place. They have protected status in Mexico. So it's federal land as well as indigenous land. So this is not a place you walk into and just say, I'm here to help. Our staff are from the communities. First of all, our staff are all from the communities. It's not me doing the work. And really, it's about not only planting mangroves, but helping them work with the National Park Service and work in this area, right? So not only is it a critically important area for mangroves, it's one of the most important wildlife ecosystems in North America. It's the most important Pacific leatherback sea turtle nesting site in Mexico, which means on a global scale, it's one of the most important areas for this endangered species. There's crocodiles in the lagoon, you know, and can be kind of scary, but really, really cool spot. And so again, it's all about, they did a nursery. This guy was the mayor. He's a crocodile hunter and a jaguar hunter. Super proud of it, right? Like super, super amazing place. But again, how do we train people who may not have a primary school education to really be the next generation of scientists that are helping to grow mangroves and really change the hydrology of these areas? And there's so much deforestation happening in the mountains that when hurricanes hit, you see this just amount of sediment coming down and filling in the mangroves. So that's a key challenge that we're working with coastal engineers on. And so I'm going to wrap up here. And so the takeaways are, first, thanks to Rotary International for supporting this kind of work. Number two, it is hard and important and vital work, all right? Working with people to restore nature is the new frontier, right? We got NASA, and I just met a NASA engineer from Houston. I was in Italy talking about the guys on the Artemis crew, right? But this is NASA, right, of Earth, right? Working with people to restore these ecosystems and safeguard really one of the most beautiful places on the planet. It's a joy to do so, and Wild Coast thanks Rotary International for all the work that you do, but also for making sure that we continue to support work like this. Thank you very much.
Great job. Thank you. Stick around here. We got a few questions coming up for you. So anybody questions? I saw a few hands come up. Come on up.
I can hear you right here.
I just wanted to know if the Mexican government contributed any money to the restoration.
The question is the Mexican government. We've gotten a lot of in-kind support from the Mexican government. Getting money out of the Mexican government is kind of hard, but actually there's a social program where the salaries for the women will come from the Mexican government, like urban, poverty alleviation programs. So that's been very helpful. That's the key thing. We're making sure that funding goes to make sure that the women get paid.
One more quick question. I just wondered if Okay, I was wondering if by planting more mangroves, you're seeing some of the fisheries recover because there's a habitat, a nursery habitat for the fish?
Yeah. So the question is, are fish coming back because of the mangroves? So we're doing a lot of baseline ecological monitoring, and the answer is yes. The minute you dig those channels, you see the fish coming in. It's absolutely amazing. Anybody who's been around wetland restoration know the minute you start digging channels, the birds show up, right? Look, so I think we'll see the evidence of that, but we're doing monthly monitoring. That's really, really important, right? It's not just about what happens again in a month or 6 months. It's 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Awesome. Right on time.
And I'm just modeling for people to come up the stairs so that way we are behind the mics and we can hear. So my question is, my son has a nonprofit in Guatemala for many years, and when we've been there, some of the land along the coast would suddenly, where all the mangroves were, would suddenly be bulldozed, and you'd see like a huge, like, sort of resort. In other words, the drug cartels were there. How do you handle that with your work and drug cartels?
Okay, so that's the most challenging thing of all. How do you deal with corruption? How do you deal with criminality? It's very challenging work. We're going to make sure that you can't sugarcoat criminality in Mexico, and so very carefully. That's the answer. You got to make sure you're clear who you're working with. You have to make sure you're clear that everyone knows you're not a threat. We got big logos on our trucks. We're working with the leaders of the communities. We're the turtle people. We're not a threat. So hopefully that lesson gets transmitted throughout the community, but it's very challenging. Safety and security is the number one issue that we deal with, but also that we just had a meeting in La Paz that the women are dealing with and these communities are dealing with. It's not just about us. The reality is it's something that impacts everyone. So we're really, a lot of the training that we're doing, it's about capacity building around how to be safe, how to address threats, right? How to get help. So I think that's really important. But it's a big problem. We all good? Great, thanks. Wade, thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Steve Bender, yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Love the pictures. You're hired. Okay, our next item up we have is the Tijuana River Project. I'd like to first introduce Jenny Parker. She is a trained anesthesiologist. She retired after 37 years at the age of 5 and was supported by the Rotary Foundation and medical mission work largely with Rotary. Now Jenny is a Rotarian and sees how climate changes have created public health issues. With that, come on up, Jenny.
Thank you so much, Wade. I appreciate that compliment very much. I'm going to wait for my my slide deck to come up. I just saw it speed off, so. Start what? I'm sorry. Don't have stories. Sorry. Let me do that. I'm actually going to be up here with a couple of partners who are going to be working with us. And so I'm with the Solana Beach Eco Rotary Club in Solana Beach. We are a pure environmental club, so we do all of our projects are environmental. I am going to be working today on this project with the Tijuana River Project with Faye Crevochet, who is from Wild Coast. She's one of the directors of Wild Coast. And you guys just heard from Serge, so you know a little bit about what they're doing. But they're also been working in the Tijuana River for years and years, doing fantastic work. So we are working with them. We're also working with Marco Karkanen. Hopefully that's the closest pronunciation I can get. And he is from Finland and working, he's a director of River Recycle, and he has been working with pollution in other rivers that are similar to the Tijuana River pollution problem. We're going to give you a 10-minute crash course in what's going on with the Tijuana River right now, the history and what's going on now. Then we're going to have 15 minutes from Marco and 15 minutes from Faye, and then we're going to have a panel discussion. The panel discussion will be Marco, Faye, and Serge. Thank you, Serge, for being part of this. And finally, Steve Bender is going to jump in at the very end, give us a summary, and then a couple of take-home points. Any questions?
Jenny, sorry to put you on ice here, but we are right now looking for Yanni. We do have 8 stages here in the house, and we got one guy, so we got to reel him back in here right now. He just took off. I saw him running that way, so hopefully he's running back shortly. With that, if you would like, we could take a quick 5-minute break just to make sure we got Yanni, because he's got to set up a little bit. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll come back in 5. Okay, perfect.
Okay, who's here and ready to listen to the Tijuana River Project? Very exciting project from Rotary. So I told you we're going to have a 10-minute crash course on the Tijuana River challenges, and they are immense and very complicated. So please come by. Please come by our Rotary station and talk to me if you have more questions. Next slide, please. So let me start with the geography of the Tijuana River watershed. Tijuana River watershed, as you can tell, is enormous. It's really big, and it has the Mexico-Tijuana border running through it. To the north, you see San Diego, which is a large and fairly prosperous United States city, and then directly to the south is Tijuana. Tijuana has some wealth, but it also has some less prosperous areas of the city, and that's important to the pollution problem, so I bring that up as well. To the east, we have a mountain range, and then to the west is the Pacific Ocean. So the water runs from the mountains in the east through these rivers and tributaries all the way through Mexico and the United States, and it converges in Tijuana, then runs through Tijuana through a concrete canal, goes across the Mexican-American border, and then goes for a few miles, and then ends up in the Tijuana estuary, and then on to the Pacific Ocean from there. So to the left is the concrete canal within the city of Tijuana, and a little bit about the climate of the area. This is a really beautiful climate, but it's very dry. And what we've seen is with the climate change itself, we've seen longer periods of droughts, and then when the rains come, they come all at once. I think other people are seeing that as well. So these rains, when they come 3 to 4 inches at a time, they flood a lot of Tijuana, and they can often cause a lot of debris to fall into the river. So that is also part of our pollution problem. And a little history of the border water management. In the 1940s, the International Boundary and Water Commission was formed, and there were a lot of cooperation in creating water plants, water treatment plants on both sides of the border that handled the water fairly well from most of the households within Tijuana and San Diego. They treated the water and deposited it into the ocean, cleaned. But between 1950 and 2010, what happened is there was a population explosion, both sides of the border, but especially in Mexico. And so there was never enough money, enough funding to keep up with maintenance and expansion of the water treatment plants, and then just the infrastructure never kept up. So by the 2010s, what was happening is there was a widespread system failure. Many, many large spills of raw sewage right into the river. And by 2025, the Tijuana River was named the #2 most endangered river in the United States. And so I've talked about where, what, and how of the pollution, but let me talk to you a little bit about what's in the pollution itself. So the pollution is actually made up of kind of 3 general categories. There's sewage, there's industrial waste, and then there's trash. And one of the really interesting things is that the trash is actually 90% plastics and tires. And we're going to talk a lot about that in a little bit. The sewage problem is pretty dramatic. You can see the plume that forms outside of the Tijuana estuary. This is a pretty intense day where it's bad enough to see from the air, but it's pretty bad. It's tens of billions of gallons of raw sewage every year. And then there's some areas of the Tijuana River where you can't even get near the river because it's just too toxic. You need a hazmat suit to get near it. And industrial waste does go into the river. There are regulations in Mexico about the industrial waste dumping, but what happens is it's just not enforced. So the industrial waste ends up in the river. Unfortunately, a lot of American companies have located into Mexico in order to avoid the EPA rules and regulations and take advantage of these loopholes. And then there's trash. Trash collection in Tijuana can be unreliable and spotty at best. So people put their trash wherever they can, and sometimes it's down in the canyons. It eventually makes its way down to the ocean and through the river. And these are both pretty dramatic pictures. The plastic is from one of the trash booms from Wild Coast. And on the other side is just a big depository of tires. And it's a complicated reason why there's so many tires. But there are really a lot of tires in Tijuana. So there's a lot of implications. There's some huge impacts on health down in the South Bay of San Diego. For one thing, you can't go into the water during a good part of the year. We haven't been able to go into the water in South San Diego for 3 years running. If you do go in the water, you're pretty much guaranteed to be sick when you come out. There's also an air pollution issue because the river gets a little turbulent in parts of the river in the United States, and it aerosolizes a gas called hydrogen sulfide. And the hydrogen sulfide is so bad, some days they actually warn people not to go outside. So kids are not allowed to play a lot near this. There are 3 elementary schools within about a mile of the hotspot, so it's pretty severe. So both air and water pollution. And then there's environmental impacts. When the river runs through the Tijuana estuary, of course, it's very harmful to aquatic life. This estuary is big and large, and it was named by the United Nations as one of the wetlands of global importance. So it is a big, important one on the Pacific Flyway. It's supposed to be a nursery for aquatic life and habitat for the migrating birds, but it's being degraded all the time. There are, of course, environmental impacts as well as economic impacts. Who wants to smell rotten eggs when they're out by the beach, right? Can't go in the water. So it affects the fishing industry, the real estate industry, and tourism pretty dramatically. And of course, the political fallout from this whole thing is dramatic. It's really amazing. The 2 countries fight often about who's to blame and who's going to pay for the solution to this problem. So how are we going to fix this, right? This is a really complicated problem. Well, here's the good news. We are Rotary, and we can fix big problems. We have wonderful Rotarians, both sides of the border, eager to help. We have fantastic experts that have been doing this on other parts of the world in rivers that have been polluted as badly as Tijuana River. And then we have a number of really wonderful local organizations that work on both sides of the border that have been working in the last several decades. So they know the socioeconomic and political challenges of this river. They know what's worked and what hasn't worked, and they can organize, advocate, and educate and really do some wonderful cleanups, just like Wild Coast has been doing. So my thought is we collaborate with Rotarians and our trusted partners. We form a long-term strategic plan. But what I want to introduce today are one very important step, and that is to try to focus right now on plastic and tires. And what we're going to have is Marco. Marco, could you come up? Marco's going to come up and tell you a little bit about plastic recycling and River Recycle. Marco is one of the directors of River Recycle, and you'll hear a little bit more about him. His booth, if you want it, is right over here. And Marco? There you go.
Thank you. Hello everybody, my name is Marko Kärkkäinen. I'm from River Recycle from Finland. And as I have a long experience of Asian rivers, more than 15 years, I make a decision and now I come to Tijuana. And maybe we can start a short video. You can see what we are doing and what our founder, Mr. Anssi Mikola, set up this company 2018. He have an idea that he want to clean the rivers in the world. And he created a river cleaner. And first visit and first meeting with the Indonesian, Thai government, everybody said, go away. It's not our problem, it's floating in the rivers, so it's nobody's problem. Then we created like a solution, a total solution, how we handle the waste. And now you can see it, short video about what we are doing. This is Sitara River in Indonesia. As you can see, we started 7 years ago, and we tried many different solutions, incinerator, what we do with the plastic, because like in Indonesia, the people are collecting plastic from the rivers, but they only took a PET bottles because they are valuable, and they threw the soft plastic back to the river. So we start to solve this problem. We try to find the right solution for end solution, how we do it. And finally we found that we can do like a plastic boards. You can use it like a furniture, construction, and different kind of, like UNICEF using in shelters for the refugees. That's the one. And Janne, next flight. So we created our solution one circular model. So we installed the river cleaners along the rivers. We sold those projects to private and public sectors. We have some kind of Coca-Cola Foundation, Benioff Foundation, Danish government, UK government, some of the biggest Finnish plastic packaging companies support us. And it's very nice because normally when you start this kind of project, it takes like 1 year and then it disappeared. But our system that somebody first invest us and we can start the project, and after that is self-sustainable and we can get enough profit to run the project. Then we recycle the plastic to the construction materials or other stuff and transition to land-based collection. This is a very important, like in Cebu in Philippines, we not only collect the plastic from the rivers, we set up also land-based collections. And luckily, our background in Finland, we have a very good recycling system, 20, 30 years. So we have some kind of experience. Next one. And as I told you, we have income streams like three different sides. Project sales, when I explained that we sell this project to the foundations, governments or corporates. Then we have a plastic credits. And then we have a long-term recurring revenue coming this recycling. And like in Philippines, in Cebu, we started 1.5 years ago, produce this plastic locally. And now we cannot meet, the people want to buy, the corporates want to buy these boards as what we can produce. Now we are setting up the third factory in Cebu. Next one is Manila, and I hope pretty soon together with the Wild Coast and Faye we have in Tijuana. And these plastic boards have a lot of opportunities. Infrastructure, concrete pouring, walls, foundation system, water and food barriers, buildings, furniture, interiors. Like this main manufactured tiny home, they also use our boards. So we are very lucky that we found this system to do these boards because we dry everything and it doesn't go ahead. And our impact is measurable and we have measured. So we have a permanent employees 46, waste pickers around 700-800 at the moment. Waste we are collected, actually it's almost 7 million kilos nowadays, it's growing up. At the moment we have a capacity of 3 million kilos annually. And the biggest at the moment is Philippines, Indonesia, Ghana, India, Bangladesh, hope soon we have a Mexico. At the moment the gender ratio of our people is like 80% of men's and 20% of women's. We try to high up for the women's side. And it seems like in Philippines it's going more and more important that we also employ women there. And in Cebu we educated more than 450 government people how to recycle and how to tackle this problem. So we do like a total solution. We recycle, we collect it, we educate people and we sell the products. So that's about what we are doing. And growing all the time. And next one will be Mexico. Thank you. But this is the final product.
Yes, please come visit Marco at his booth over there. You'll be able to see and touch these boards. They're very interesting and quite colorful. Next, we're going to have Faye come up, and Faye again is one of the directors of Wild Coast, and they are doing some really remarkable cleanup, education, advocacy, and other projects down in Tijuana right now. Faye is kind of binational. She's lived in both Mexico and the United States in San Diego, and she knows the area very well.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Rotaries, for inviting us and supporting our projects. Just for you to get an idea of the Tijuana River, it's complicated. It's a binational river. And we're also are talking about one ecosystem, two countries. Important to have in mind. So I'm going to run, Jan here is going to run a 2-minute video to get some idea of what we're talking about, okay? Here we go. The video first, yeah. And here it goes. CC in English, even though the words are in
Llantas
Spanish.
y más llantas. Con las lluvias y el vertido de aguas residuales, miles de llantas viajan a través del canal del río Tijuana de regreso a su lugar de origen, de México a Estados Unidos.
Cada vez que llueve estimamos que hay entre 3 y 5 mil llantas que llegan a Estados Unidos.
El efecto boomerang o el karma para Estados Unidos. Llantas usadas o de mala calidad que se introducen a México de contrabando hormiga y que meses después, ya inservibles, burlan el muro fronterizo de vuelta a California.
Y si no se atoran ahí, van a dar al Océano Pacífico.
Con permisos de importación solo pasan a Tijuana 700,000 llantas. El resto cruzan escondidas en autos o camiones. En total, 3 millones de llantas al año. Las recicladoras en México son tan pocas que solo logran reutilizar el 10% de las más de 32 millones de llantas que ruedan al año en el país. El 90% termina en ríos, barrancas o quemadas. Desde lejos se observa el humo tóxico de la quema de llantas. Es la carretera que conduce de Tijuana a Rosarito. Más de 2,000 llantas arden aquí desde hace una semana.
Aquí está lo que quedó de la pura llanta. Este polvito, también cuando hace aire, este polvito, todo este polvito se mete a los pulmones. Es un veneno.
La crisis ambiental de todos los días. Personas en situación de calle prenden fuego a las llantas abandonadas para tratar de recuperar el acero y venderlo a la industria.
Este es el acero, esto es lo que queda. Este acero se deteriora, mire, es lo que sucede.
Son tantas las llantas que en las colonias populares se utilizan para apuntalar las viviendas construidas en los cañones con el fin de evitar que se vengan abajo con las lluvias.
La verdad, la necesidad a veces lo hace a uno hacer todo eso.
La plaga de llantas, más la basura, el plástico y las aguas negras siguen cruzando la frontera por dos frentes, el río Tijuana y el Océano Pacífico. Los dos retenedores de basura instalados hasta ahora por Costa Salvaje, en el arroyo Los Laureles y el cañón del Pato, no son suficientes.
El sistema de retención tiene puesto 4 años y aquí hemos tenido en llantas entre 2,000 y 2,500 llantas.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. So as you see, the tires come from California. California exports to Baja California around 3 million tires a year, used tires. The used tires are cheaper, but they don't last that long, so they have to be changed. And what do we do with those tires? Many go to the ocean. That's how Wildco started to get into this issue of plastics and tires, because they were going to the ocean via the Tijuana River. And then we discover all the other problems. So, okay, well, I have to do it myself, I see. A ver, this way. No, wrong. Okay. A ver, you. Okay. I guess he will help me. Okay, so Serge already told us our mission. This one, thank you, thank you. We are an international team that conserves coastal and marine ecosystems and wildlife, and we address climate change with natural solutions. Okay. No, was the other one. Not working. No, yeah, okay. No, I'm putting this one.
No, this one.
This one didn't work. Well, do it. Anyway. Okay. So this is the Tijuana River. It looks beautiful, right? So this is the mouth of the Tijuana River in the U.S. And we have the estuary that it's beautiful. We have birds. It's a very active, live ecosystem. Here you see Tijuana. So this is the river. As you see, this is the border. It's it's a river that goes 3/4 of its way in Mexico. And the last part of its run is in the U.S. And the mouth is in the U.S. Well, you see this star is where we put our first trash boom. And here, very close to the star in the next waterway, we put another one. And we started there because these go directly into the Tijuana River in the U.S. So the trash and the plastic run directly to the U.S. You know, when I arrived, I'm from Mexico City, I keep seeing tires everywhere. Even here, you see there was a little waterway. It's dry. But look what you see. In parks, in streets, in roadways, everywhere there are tires. I said, what's happening here? Tires, as you know, are very toxic. While they decompose, they put out 80 liters of methane, which is a much worse gas than CO2. And so it goes into the air and into the ground. Next. This is in Mexico, how you see everywhere you see tires, everywhere. And they're also vectors for mosquitoes that bring dengue, Zika, yellow fever to both sides of the border. There are no borders in the ocean, neither here. So these are tires very close. You see the greenery on the back is the ocean. So these are the tires who didn't make it to the ocean. So we're lucky that these tires are stuck here. But imagine how much are getting into our oceans. Next. So this is also in the United States. It's a state park in the U.S. side of the border. And this was supposed to be a trail for horses, people. And this is how it looks. So we started, okay. So we started here. This is a concrete basin. And this is how it looked when we came. We cleaned it up. And we built the first trash boom to stop the trash, the solid waste. And today we have stopped 300,000 pounds of solid waste. We give jobs to the community. And it's been, there is much more work to do. We can put so much more, trash rooms. Now, back. The plastics, we found a way to recycle. There is this Ecose that PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, they run. They take plastics and recycle. There are also some small artisanal plastic recyclers. But the tires, there is nothing to do with them. They go to the ocean. We cannot chew them. So this is the big question where I want to focus today. What to do with these tires? You know, in the U.S., they are already spending $2 million to clean them up when they cross the border. It's a terrible thing. So we keep saying to the community the tires can be reused, they're not trash. We built a whole park for the community made out of this trash, of these tires. But the truth is that we really don't have not even one tire recycling plant in Baja California. And when I did the research, I saw that nowhere in the northern border, from the Pacific to the Gulf, there are tire recycling plants, which we could use the shredded tire beak to construct road construction, mulch. You have the granulate made for, you can do bricks for construction, other we're talking about houses, and all kinds of artificial grass, pavers, like for the kids, you know, this type of grass. With the Maya 30, you waterproof constructions, asphalt, etc. There's so much. If we would have a recycling plant, we could solve the problem and sell them and create things out of the tires and not getting everybody sick. So today in Baja California, the only game in the state is this place, which is in the middle of the desert. We have taken our tires there, and they shred the tires big and they sell them to cement plants to burn. So no recycling. Still burned. Like in the video, you saw manual burn. With the cement, it's also burning. So more CO2 to the atmosphere. So this is it. This is my ask. Let's clean up the Tijuana River. We can do it. The technology exists. The places to build, you know, to use the plastic. We really should ask also the tire producers to use for every tire, some part of recycling product. We can do a lot of things, but the main point is to push the circular economy and try to save ourselves and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Faye. Appreciate it. And thank you, Marco. Actually, I'd like Marco to come back up. And Faye, could you come back up? Serge, would you mind coming up as well? We're going to do about 15 minutes of question and answer. So if you guys have any questions about what our plans are, and maybe some of the questions about what we're seeing in the Tijuana River, it would be a great time to ask. We could get chairs. We're only going to be up here about 15 minutes, so I thought we'd just stand. We'll be good. And then finally, Steve's going to come up the last 5 minutes and give us a couple of take-home points. Who has questions about the Tijuana River? Okay, Steve? The question is, what are the best use of the tires that we're taking out?
You know, let's be market-oriented. We want to use it to the best in where the market gives us the most and uses them, recycles them.
We are lucky that there is a lot of opinions to use the tires. And I have done that business like 20 plus years. I was a sales guy for the shredders made in Germany. Actually, we have a solution from Finland, US. So the equipments are there. And as we have listed in Californian companies who can use this rubber granulate with many purposes, like a children's playground, football field, different kind of construction materials, roads. So our aim is on the future find the most sustainable solution close by the project and which the emissions are lower. I
tell you, it's really nice to have partners who have thought about this, organized it. They've tried out some products. Serge, have you seen anything that in your business, or in your experience, where they've taken tires and made them into products?
No, I think, Wildcoast is approaching this with Faye. We've been trying to address this tire issue with California for a while now, so it's been very challenging. But I think what it's clear, and I love the work you're doing, Marco, it's so critical. And I think Steve and Solana Beach Eco Rotary has been really important to support this idea of the business element of it, right? I think that's the key thing, is because it becomes a cost rather than a product, right? I think that's what Faye's been great at, and Steve, I appreciate it, and Marco, really thinking strategically about how do we turn this into an opportunity, right? And getting that investment capital to do so. That's a big challenge. But again, it's kind of like mangroves. That's the opportunity, right? We got to figure this out. This problem isn't going away. I'm not going to defend California. If California is really good at talking, right? We're really good at that. But and so we want to do all this work, and so we're here saying, yeah, so let's invest in this process. I think that's what we have to really do is get the investment capital to fund projects like this.
I like that investment. Want to come up and ask? Global grants. Have we finalized global grants?
Yeah, actually, I have applied 2 global grants. The one is in Tijuana, the other one is for Guatemala.
All right, other questions? Oh, yeah, Lauren. These are all really great questions. We don't know the answers yet, but we're going to work on those. Her question was, what about the toxins from the tires? And we're really worried about that. One of the products that I heard first about tires was making mulch for playgrounds. And then I heard, they stopped doing that because it's too toxic for kids to play with. And then, so any product that we make with tires, we have to be very aware of off-gassing and absorption of some of the chemicals and methane that comes off, as you mentioned. So it's going to be a problem. And then Lori also said, what about end of life of these products? Do they get recycled again? So we have to always worry, where are they going when they're done?
I've been doing some research on that. Not that I really understand it, but they are now, what we need to understand, we can all work together, is that we need to change the way we do things today. A. B, the push, the research of how to detoxify this product so we can reuse them. So there exists these people working on changing the molecular level of these things, of these of the recyclables, so it can be used. So we are working on it. We have a solution. If not, we will find a solution. We have to. That's what I think.
So just, I was a politician in San Diego. I was the mayor of Imperial Beach, California, and so we had to deal with agencies and deal with stuff. I think the reality is, for example, turning tires into playgrounds. The reality, we're trying to get kids from not playing in the sewage gullies, right? So it's a lot better to have them. So there's no perfect solution here. We have to weigh all these options, and we have to identify what's the best thing that we can do with the most limited amount of resources. But the goal is to get kids away from playing in toxic waste, literally. Yeah. So it's really, I think the other issue that we start addressing, we deal with all these projects, right, is that the conditions that we live in and we expect, it's just not the same when you're on the ground. And so, but I think there's an acknowledgement in Tijuana that the people that's suffering the most are kids, right? And on the U.S. side of the border, where this issue of the gas and the air quality impacts is having a significant impact on kids in South San Diego as well.
It all comes down to health in the end, I think. Do you have a question? Two good questions. Two good questions. We've maybe heard about some biological agents that break down plastic. What about biological agents that break down tires? Is that a possibility? I have yet to hear about that. But that's always something to be investigated. And the other question is, now we know that this mountain of tires is a problem. Is it possible that we can go back to the source and say, can we make new tires? Can we make tires out of different products? We can also go back and say, work with the government, maybe, in California to say maybe there should be a tax on the tires so that there's funds in order to clean this up at the end, or to pay for some sort of recycling of the tires.
There is a tax on the tires in California. We're just not recycling the tires. Faye's been really good at dealing with this right now with the governor. So we're moving on that. So yeah, I'm assuming Rotary's had some words about that too. That's a big challenge.
Yeah. All right. Other questions about the tires, the health issues, the impacts of the waste going through the estuary? That's pretty dramatic. Anything else? Steve, you want to come up and say a few words, give us a closing discussion of what you think we should do from here? Our main take-home points.
Thank you, guys, and thank you so much for coming all the way from California and Finland. So I'll tell you how this kind of got started. I was at an ocean conference in Lisbon, Portugal, about 3 years ago, and met Anzi from River Recycle. And I was blown away by how what I thought was working was actually detrimental. Because they were taking plastic to the rivers in hopes, or they were dumping them by the river, but the laborers were only taking what they could get the money out of and then throwing the useless plastic in the river. So they're actually doing more damage than good. And so 2 years ago, I was appointed chair of the Western North America Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group. And about the day that happened, I started getting emails about the Tijuana River. And it's taken me about 2 years to research it, decide that people have been failing on it since 1939. A lot of bureaucracy, everybody has their own agenda. Everybody has the best way for them, but not necessarily what I think is the best thing moving forward. I always try to say, what can I take on that other people aren't doing or can't do? And I don't think, my brother says, we already have we have enough 501c3s. We don't have to form another organization to clean up the river. We need to find the best organizations that are already there and support them, recruit them into Rotary Network, and introduce them to Rotary clubs. So that's the goal of the Tijuana River Project that I've set forth. And again, I go to these meetings and everybody's going, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? I go, we're going to do two things well. We're going to take plastic and we're going to make boards, and we're going to make tires and figure out how to do with them. That's all we're going to do, and we're going to do the best that everybody can. Now, we've already got plans for these boards. So I'm designing a solar-powered desalination ice factory for La Paz, Mexico. We're going to use these boards to make it. And then I'll design a insulation factor in between the two of about R50. Another problem that we've had, I do a lot of work around on islands, and we're trying to set up recycling programs in Bocas del Toro and other places. And one of the big problem is shipping recycle canisters costs more than the things themselves. You pay $49 to buy a recycle thing, and it costs $150 to ship it. And then you get there, and you got to put it in a ponga boat and travel 30 miles. And if the wind takes whatever, it gets to be challenging. Then if you do something too big, you can't get it up the hills and the mountains. So what we're going to do is, because we're going to do the IKEA method on this, we're going to design different sizes and shapes of recycling units that people can just order, and then you can say you want a big one, a little one, and it comes in a bat. Everybody's put together an IKEA shelf, right? So we're going to do that, and then that's all next year. Then we'll start working on a universal or different areas to collection points to take the plastics to the area to make the boards. And so that's about a 2-year process, but I said all we're going to focus on is plastic and rubber, nothing else, okay? So that's the Tijuana River Project. There are 2 strategic partners are Wild Coast and River Recycle. I picked 2, they're the best, and we're going to support them heavily. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Great presentation. Thank you very much for the work you're doing. It's outstanding work. We've got a little bit of time. I've got about 10 minutes here, so I'm going to ask Regatta if we could, one more time, give a quick plug out to the Rotary Rose Parade Float Committee. And by the way, for those of you this year, we are doing, is he not here? This year we are focusing on the environment. And for those of you that are here actually representing a group or organization, we would love to include you, because this year's float will be themed against or with the environment as a primary lead for that. Any luck there? Yep, fire away. Okay. He was. What? Okay. Okay, everybody, we are going to call a quick 10-minute break. If we can get this working, you guys can use that as commercial entertainment. So we'll figure it out. Otherwise, quick 10 minutes. Our next presentation will be at 3 o'clock.
All right, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. My name is Regatta Corey. I'm with the Rotary Rose Parade Float Committee, and I have a video to share with you.
Every petal tells a story of people coming together to build something bigger than themselves. Rotary touches millions of lives across the world. From the streets of Pasadena to every corner of the world, Rotary is there. This is more than a float. It's a symbol of hope, service, and the power to change the world. Learn more at rotaryfloat.org or rotary.org.
All right, thank you for that. And I have one more short video here for you from our incoming Rotary International President, Larry Lunsford. No.
Larry, how does Rotary's participation in the Pasadena Tournament of Roses open new opportunities for visibility and partnership? And what are your goals for this event?
Well, I've smiled at each question, but just having had the experience over just this past New Year's Day to actively ride the Rotary float in that event, even though it was a little wet this time around, but that doesn't happen very often. This is a wonderful example of enhancing and developing the public image, and it's such a great service in and of itself. It creates a great community. Tournament of Roses Parade is absolutely unbelievable, year after year after year. And it's our goal to continue to enhance. We continue to build broader network of supporters really across the country. Certainly the viewing is around the world, and so there's every reason to continue to support significantly the efforts of the local Rotarians there, who create such a great float every year in the Tournament of Roses Parade.
Well, thank you for playing that. All right, there are many Rotary International presidents who actually have a great time decorating our float and also riding on our float. We are officially the largest public image campaign for Rotary International, where we promote all the good that Rotary does worldwide. We invite of course, Rotaractors and the younger members and interactors to participate. So we welcome you to please visit our rotaryfloat.org. There are so many different ways that you can get involved, from dedicating a rose for $10 to becoming a major sponsor. We do have a booth in the back, so please come visit us and get some more information. We love promoting Rotary. We stay on this committee because of the fact that our pet peeve is that when you mention Rotary, there are still some people out there that say, what is that? And we need your help to put an end to that. And let's be known on a global scale, where the Rose Parade is watched by over 750 viewers on the parade route, as well as over 50 million viewers worldwide. So help us promote Rotary. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Regatta. Great job again. And that is quite an opportunity. So for those of you that are interested, please contact us. Look us up on our website. Next up, 3 o'clock, we have a presentation coming in with India as the highlight of that. This one is going to be presented to you by Keith. I'm going to try this again, Keith. I'm going to give this a shot until I get it right. Thulam Mudalvi. I know it's close. It's close. My apologies. But Keith is a distinguished diplomat, was ambassador to the state of Qatar. He's a film producer, Fortune 100 executive, currently a leader in Honeywell International in his personal times of life. He has bicycling, cooking, and reading. And after I gave him a hard time, yes, he does enjoy eating also. So thank you. Keith, come on up.
Thank you, sir. I'm actually introducing a very, very special guest, and he just flew in from Mysore, India. Dr. Vasa is a leader in the community doing community things, and he has a long list of accomplishments. He is the state organizer for URI Karnataka. I assume that's also in South India. And he's the president of Rotary Club of Seva, Mysore. He is the national working chairman for All India Consumer Welfare Council. And he's the president of OSHA International Mysore chapter, state governor for the Freshwater Action Network in South Asia. He is done many, many projects around in Mysore area, and his focus is revitalizing waterways. And he's going to give us a presentation here today about what he has done, how he has accomplished those things, as well as the what we can do to help him. And this is a very important aspect. With that, Dr. Vasa.
Thank you so much, Keith. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. M.P. Varsha. I'm a professional social worker. I have done my Master of Social Work in 1995. Then I worked with the government. So after working a few years with the government, I came out and I started my own NGO. To build the healthy society. Now I have my own NGO called Credit I, which is working in different sectors, but our main focus now shifted to water. Everyone knows the importance of water, but everyone is not trying to restore the water. We usually say if the third world war happens, that is only because of water. As every country, every state, every province is having the dispute with the neighbors because of water. We cannot create a single drop of water. More than 840 crore people in the globe, we have only 3% of water to use. Out of 3, we can use only 1% of water now, because other 2% of water in the form of ice cube. Now we have to think, every day the population grows. But what about the water? Are we going to manufacture? No way. So we have to use properly. We have to save wisely. So that's why we started concentrating on securing the water through rejuvenating the water bodies with the support of community. If we go as a donor, that will be the donors program, not community program. It won't sustain at all. When the work completes, after few months or few years, again we can see the same situation. So that's why we started involving the community. So they are not beneficiaries. They are co-creators. They are the partners. In India, scale is not a challenge. Challenge is alignment. We have government schemes, CSR funds, NGOs, and communities here. But impact happens only when they work together, not in silos. So let me share a few points with my experience. Projects fails when communities are treated as beneficiaries, I have already explained, instead of co-creators. Real success comes when villages manage water assets, local institutions take ownership. For an example, every country is having a watershed projects. Watershed projects that succeed because of farmer maintain them, not contractor. So convergence is the most important. 1 rupee of CSR can unlock 10 rupees of government resources. For this, trust is the currency. Partnership in India often fails due to lack of transparency, short-term visibility goals. But if you build the trust through local presence, as well as continuous engagement of the partners, and also measurable outcomes. We need to think about from pilot to scale. India is full of successful pilots that never scale. Partnership should be designed from day one for the replicability, policy alignment, district or state adoption. If it cannot scale in India, it is not yet a solution. Let us think about the CSR role, because CSR is mandatory in India. Out of the some percentage, 2% of the profit, they have to spend for the community. So 2% is a huge amount. But where it goes, whether it has to be properly utilized or any outcome, impact created after using the CSR. So the best use of CSR is act as a catalyst, not just as a donor. Fund innovation, capacity building, and last time mile goals. We need to shift from check writing to ecosystem building. CSR means not check writing. So it's a ecosystem building. India does not lack solution. We lack a synchronized action. Partnership are the bridge between intent and impact. Collaboration in India is not an option. It is the only way scale becomes sustainable and impact becomes irreversible. No single institution or government or NGOs or corporate can solve the environmental challenges alone. The scale of issues like water security, climate resilience, and waste management demands collective intelligence and also collective action. So with all this, we have started rejuvenating water bodies in our province. It's called Mysore. There are 2,500 province state. We call it as a state. Sorry, there are 2,500 water bodies in the Mysore itself. But almost all dried up. Many water bodies are encroached by the local people. So inlet has been covered with their own crops. There is no way the water comes into the water bodies. Then what happens to the water bodies? After a few years, there will be no water bodies. We can share the water bodies history as a story in the picture. So we have taken up as a goal to transform Mysore is the first water-rich district in India through rejuvenating all the water bodies. It needs huge amount, huge manpower. So it required everything, because rejuvenating one water body is not so easy. That's why we thought of involving many communities, many organizations as a partner. We started finding out the like-minded NGOs to come together to work on this. So we become a monitoring agency, as well as we also started implementing in the field. I would like to share some of the success stories. At present, we have we started the project in 2021. We engaged over 11,100 farmers collectively. Removed over 18.5 million cubic meter of silt from the base of the water bodies. So for the statistics, we consider 10,000 cubic meter work as one module. We have desilted from 185 water bodies. We renewed 46,250 acres of farms land. No light? That started giving the impact. So from our case studies, we got to know that. So we have interviewed 164 farmers. With this, the impact from their crops, from vegetable to regular crops, like tomato has been increased 86%, cucumber 80%, brinjal 78%, mango 65%, banana 51%, mulberry 50%, sugarcane 33%, sunflower beans 21% yield increased. Why? Because the removed silt, which is highly fertile, it went to the farmer's field. We have decided not to give a single load of the silt for the commercial purposes, because we may get huge amount, but the agricultural land, they suffers. Farmer suffers. Everyone knows in India what is the situation of farmers. Not only in India, almost all third world countries are Asian countries. So we started identifying two direct direct benefits to the farmers. One is, so when they take away the silt to the agricultural land, when they apply it in their agricultural land, because of the fertile silt, they will start using the chemical fertilizer. It reduced their expenditures. That is one benefit. The second benefit is, after applying the silt, the crops started giving more quantity. So their income is become double. So, and third, after increasing the capacity of the storage of the water in the water body, the groundwater started rejuvenating, and the farmers started getting the water for their second and third crops. Earlier, many farmers were thinking to leave the farming activities. Now they are going for second and third crops. So extended availability of the water, it helps the farmers as well as animals eco-cycle. After working in different water bodies, then we started thinking all water bodies should be linked, connected with a channel, because everyone knows that rain, all the water bodies won't get the rain equally. Some water bodies area, they may get rain, but at the same time, another water body, they won't get rain. So when the one water body filled, overflows, that water goes to the channel and it will help the other water body to fill. So we started creating cluster of water bodies through connecting internal. These are the pictures of success stories. This is called Bagur Katte first, before the work. It was not having a single drop of water from 46 years, last 46 years. Now it is overflowing. The entire year it was overflowing. And this is one of the most important lake work which we have done. This is the before picture. There were 2,200 tons of waste has been collected in the water body. It has took almost 7 months to remove the wastage from the water body. Now you can see the impact. This is at present. The birds are started flying, coming from different places. It looks like a bird sanctuary. This is one more tank. It's called Hoskere. So no one identify it as it's like water body. See the situation at present. Before, after. This is Mullurikere, one of the largest lake in Mysore. We have escalated almost 14 modules into 14 module means one module means 10,000 cubic meter into 14 times. We have escalated the silt. Now it is like this. There are so many pictures. Before, after. That I have already explained. We started extending to integrate the water bodies through interconnecting the channel through the channels. The water started flowing in the channels. The farmers, the farmer will start thinking about taking the water from the closest point. It's a purely community engaged project. I have already explained. Overall, if you calculate the cost of a excavation, there are two types of expenditure comes. One is the expenditure for excavation. Second is for the transportation of the excavated silt. So we wisely discussed with convinced partners, means farmers. So let them bear one expenditure. So transportation become their own expenditure, and only the excavation is become donor's expenditure. Overall picture is 40% is the donor expenditure, 60% is the contribution. So now every even it started giving the result. Almost neighboring villages, neighboring districts are started contacting us. Beautification of the water bodies is not our target. If we start doing the beautification work, it consumes huge amount of donors' contribution. So not necessary of beautification. We need water. We need soil. Why the beautification is required? Beautification is only for the urban area. So that's why we started concentrating on rural area, and the cost has been reduced drastically. Within 5 to 6 lakhs rupees, we can rejuvenate one water bodies, size of 10,000 cubic meter. So we are planning to transform the entire Mysuru is a water-rich district, model district for water conservation. So for that, we are looking for donors. Now we got CSR funds from Asian Paints. It's a paints manufacturing company. And for that, IITians, Indian Institute of Technologies, they started giving the technical support for us. Now we are looking for the donors. So anyone is interested for the best resulted project, we welcome them. Thank you, one and all. Thank you so much. Any questions? Any doubts? Most welcome.
Thank you, Doctor. Just a clarification. When you say 1 lakh, that means 100,000 rupees. So which is, if a project costs 5 lakhs, that's 500,000 rupees, which is absolutely, in dollar terms, which is not even, probably in dollars, yeah, so it's about $5,000. And that makes a huge difference. So, Doctor, thank you so much for your good work, and we hope that you will be able to get some donors in this conference. If not, we'll definitely try to connect with you with the right people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For those of you that do global grants, just a bit of information for you. Believe it or not, of all of the grants being done, global grants in the world, over half of them go to the country of India. So they know how to do the system. They have it understood. They work well with you. They have a very extensive knowledge and understanding on how that works out. I do have a couple more minutes here. I want to do, and this is going to be a surprise to those guys, but I want the Rotaract Club District 4100 to come on up here because we are being live. Come on up. We want everybody in the world to see what you guys look like and give us a little presentation, very short as a welcome. Come on up. Thank you. So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and why you're here.
Sure, thank you so much. So, nice meeting you all. This is great. My name is Brian Herrera, and I'm the Rotaract District Representative of District 4100, which is Baja Sur, Sonora, and Sinaloa, which is the Northwest Territory of Mexico. We are really happy to be here because we're sharing high-impact projects. Our booth is over there if you want to get to know more projects. And this is more of a zone effort because aside from myself, we have Said Sosa.
Nice to meet you. I'm Said Sosa. I'm from Culiacán, Sinaloa, and I'm member of Club Rotaract Culiacán Oriente and have a project, pollinator garden. And this is my partner, Axel.
Hi, I'm Axel Lopez. I'm from the same club as Said. Well, we have this project, this pollinator garden, that we have already present in the stage 2, but we also are presenting in the booth right there with the Mexican flag. So if you want to know more about it, you can have a talk with us right there. Also here, my partner from Colombia.
Thank you. Hi all, my name is Carlos Emilio Torres. I am a part of the Rotaract Club Bogota Capital in the District 42A1. Also, I'm going to be the Rotaract District representative for the next Rotarian year in the district. And we are so pleased to be here because we obtained a global grant in 2023 as our Rotaractors. And we want to share this experience with the people here and also share a new project that we are structuring related with sustainable agriculture in a state with a lot of needs in our country. So happy to be here. And with me is also my cousin and one of the best friends of my life that also is Rotaract, that is Camilo.
Hello, my name is Camilo Kowa. I'm also for the same club as Charlie. We are so happy to be here to present all the results for the project that we have been working for the last 3 years, that is 3 years for the environment, that we develop on a little town close to Bogota, that is the capital in Colombia.
Well, thank you all for coming here. You're very welcome. This young lady here I met, we were in Remix together. That was in the city of San Miguel de Allende, Mexico. And we were there together for what was called Remix. It's Rotary International Mexico. It is the largest conference in all of Central and South America. So outstanding projects they do. What we are hoping is that you will all come back, bring projects with you here for this event next year.
Sure, thank you so much. Oh, and by the way, I want to make a very special invitation. We will have a joint conference with all of our projects tomorrow at 2. Yeah, it's between 2 and 3:30 p.m. We will be joining forces and talking about our projects. So it's District 4100 and District 4281 and 4130 as well. So we will be talking about our projects so you can listen to us. It is in stage 8 at 2 p.m. tomorrow. And also Joshua will be there. Joshua's from Costa Rica. Yeah, he gets lost sometimes, but hi, Joshua. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much. And if it's for the young people, I'll try and crash the party anyways. But we'll see how that goes. Our next presentation will be Mexico Rivers Project. With us, we have Dr. Brisha Aguar. Her title includes founding the E-Club of Rotary. She is an active member and has been doing a number of big projects around the world for multiple river initiatives. With that, Doctor, please come on up, Brisha.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Well, little bit more than 19 years ago, I became a Rotary member. And my journey in Rotary has been amazing. Has been one of the best experiences I have in my life, visiting projects and helping people in many countries. My focus was medical and dental projects. But in a convention I think was in Canada, where I meet a dear friend, Salvador Rico, and we were talking about rivers and water. And COVID-19 came, and many nights, sleepless thinking about our children and grandchildren. What planet we planning to leave to them? Well, there is when I decide to take action. The project I will be talk about it is Unite, we clean up the Rio Grande. The Rio Bravo in Mexico is the name. This is the pictures you can see in each city for the Mexican side in this river. The length of this river is over 1,800 miles, but we work from Ciudad Juárez all the way to Matamoros, Tamaulipas, in the Mexican side. In the American side, we work with El Paso, Texas, all the way to Brownsville. We are involved with 11 cities, over 40 Rotary clubs, and 6 districts. What I did in the pandemic, we start calling many Rotary friends in one of the cities in the border. And there we contact many other Rotarians from other clubs, from other districts, and we did a big group, and we established a WhatsApp group. That way we can meet by Zoom every 2 weeks, and we educate ourselves about environment, inviting Rotary action groups for protect the environment, or Plastisoup, or ESRAC, or different institutions or universities to educate ourselves for get ready immediately the COVID-19 was ending. In June 27, 2021, we did our first event with 6 cities, over 500 Rotaracts and Rotarians.
But during the COVID-19, we did a contest with the Rotaract worldwide. And we did a contest for our logo. And a Rotarian from Laredo, Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas, designed this Rotary shirt. What we doing? This river is a very dangerous city. This river is a very dangerous river. It's bordered with United States. We have drug dealers, human trafficking, and migration. We cannot approach our volunteers to this river if we not ask for a permit. We approach over in each city between 8 to 11 government organizations. The organization who protect the river by national is the International Boundary Water Commission. If this organization allowed us to get closer to the river, this means we can contact all the government organizations there. And it's what we do in each city, and each event is exactly what we do. Send letters to each organization. Immediately they approve our event. We do flyers. We promoting our flyers in schools, universities, fabrics, government organizations. During the event, we recognize our participants, Rotarians, and government, and we give certificates to the students or to the people who need service hours. Before the event, we have a newspaper, TV station, and radio station interviews, promoting the event and promoting Rotary. Why we doing this? We need to conscience our communities. This project was signed by our Rotary International President, Stephanie Uchik. We did alliances with over 40 Rotary clubs. And it's signed by different mayors along the river. Our past president right now is Stephanie Uchik, and many Rotary clubs. What we accomplished in this project, you will see the next slides, what exactly we accomplished. But in the cities, we accomplished many things. In the beginning was like, we don't know what to do exactly because was so many problems, sewer system, waste, illegal dams everywhere. Well, in city like Ciudad Juarez, the mayor, he opened the doors to us from the beginning. And he started working with us, open the doors for park and recreation department, cleaning department, whatever we need in that city, he opened his doors. But look in the freeze in the right picture. He, in city and state and the national government put 1/3 of the sewer system they needed in that city. And this is a big invest. And this happened this past year. The picture in the center, the mayor in that two cities is an amazing, amazing example to be a mayor. He bought in these two cities, they have each city one trash bus in each city. And he bought 2 months after we have a meeting with him, 8 buses, trash collector buses for these two cities. This means now these two cities have 5 buses to collect and have a schedule in that two cities. In Acuña, Coahuila, we can see the government putting heavy machinery to help with all these illegal dumps and doing appropriate landfill for all the waste they have that city. What we're doing with the tires in some of the cities, well, we know it's a humongous problem in Mexico. All the tires in the United States going to Mexico. And we use for short time, and now what we're doing with all these tires. Well, they don't have the capacity to process that tires. But what happened in our cities we work in right now is the business people, the business for the tires, they helping us to cut these tires by hand because they don't have the correctly machinery and put these tires in correctly landfills for right now to see what we're doing in the future with these big problems they have these cities. This is what we get done ourselves as a Rotarians, because I'm representing a big teams in every city. They doing amazing work. It's what we accomplished. Over 6,500 volunteers in these almost 5 years, 8 events. We have major volunteer hours, and we're talking about 45,000 volunteer hours. And because it's a very dangerous river, we established now, working with the government, we now is protect our river. Now we're going to other sizes, and they give us in concession land to plant trees, and we're planting peace poles all along the river and promoting peace. You can see pictures here from students, from workers, from fabrics, from communities in different cities. And I have a hero in city of Laredo, Texas. You will be see more pictures and more later about a doctor who worked in the University of International University of Laredo, Texas, who bring between 300 and 700 students every event. And here is different cities working. The first, the second, and the third cleanup was simultaneously. Was an amazing thing, was very well promoted nationwide in Mexico because we were working almost in every part of the Rio Grande. Here is one of my coordinators, Hero. She is a doctor from the University, International University of Laredo, Texas. And here, my husband and I, we promised to plant a peace pole for every 100 trees we planted in these cities. And she promised me that, but not only that, she took the project to other level, invite her Rotary class from her city, and they did a Rory monument. And we inaugurated that day, that Rory monument. And you can see other cities planting trees too. Ciudad Juárez and different cities too. This is pictures from Ciudad Juárez. You can see the flyers. It's a process. For have a flyer, you need to have all the permits for the government organization. And it's, I think, what is make this project successful. And we open now to many good things is coming in that project. This is Laredo, Texas. Here is the district governor and assistant governor from that district. This is Acuña, Coahuila. That Rotarians work so hard for cleaning their community. They doing amazing things, clean up, and doing amazing things, doing reforestation in that city. This is the city of Nuevo Progreso. It's one of the most dangerous cities in Mexico right now, and we working there. We clean this tributary of the Rio Bravo, this lagoon, in March 2024, and we collect over 50 tons of trash and solid waste from that lagoon. 6 months after, we did another cleanup in that city, and we collect 20 tons. And we saw matrix and computers around the lagoon, and I asked to the Rotarians to have a meeting with the mayor in that time. Was a new mayor. And he gave us 15, 20 minutes, and we worked with him 1 hour and a half. But right now is one of my heroes. He's who bought the trash buses for these two towns. They only have one bus. This is Nuevo Laredo, Texas, Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas. This is an amazing coordinator. Why I say coordinator? Was so much work, we cannot work directly with the presidents and training every year. We decide to have coordinators. That way, they can follow the work we're doing in each city. And the coordinator in Matamoros, Tamaulipas, we have so many migrants in that area. He decided to work with them. He decided the migrants help him to clean the Rio Grande. And what happened in that area is everything they have when they live and cross the river, they leave everything. It was amazing work in that area too. What we are looking for, not only inspire Rotarians, inspire government organizations, inspire communities, is what we're looking. This is more pictures from the university, International University. This is different events. This is the way was Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, in the first cleanup. This is a tributary going directly to the Rio Grande. And in that cleanup, we took out 355 tires from less than 3 kilometers. This is, I hope he not see the video, but this is one of my mayors, my hero. He is a mayor of the city, Nuevo Progreso, in Rio Bravo City. He bought the trucks, the trash trucks. He put signs, he put street lights. We detect 250 illegal dumps in that city, and he working already in 50. Well, we need to go for 200 more, but he's doing everyday work in that city. And it's amazing to work with people like that, bringing state, bringing national money. And it's everybody talk about the bad things in Mexico and how money go other way. Well, this is example what we can do when money works in our cities. Excuse me. I have, it's coming a bigger in these two cities. Approach me in my table and I give you flyers. This is in May 24. We have 8 o'clock, we have in Nuevo Progreso a cleanup of the river and planting trees. From there, it's a 15 minutes city. We're doing a cleanup in a lagoon, planting trees. At 12 o'clock, we go into the city hall. City hall is at 10 minutes. And there we're planting a peace pole. We're doing a sister cities, and we inaugurate a Rory monument. Well, from the beginning of the Rio Grande, I always want to invite Tijuana River, I always want to invite Colorado River, the Rotarians from that areas. From September to right now, we accomplished 10 Rory meetings with the Mexicali Rotarians to work in a drain or channel tributary to the Colorado River for May 8th. This is the conditions right now. Right now is what we see there. We have the minuta for each meeting. We identify the area we want to clean. It's a tributary for the Colorado River. But what I found with all these meetings with government organizations, this channel contact with Rio, going to Rio Nuevo, and from Rio Nuevo going back to United States, to Salton Sea. If we help in this drain, will be better water going back to United States. This is all the institutions already we visit in that area. And this is all the institutions they need to visit, each coordinator in the Rio Grande River to approach what we want and what we need to accomplish for a long life program with them. We already have an interview, morning news in the TV station. They give us 15 minutes. We have a podcast with the same channel in the morning. We have in the night, the same day, with the news in the night, we have an interview for 15 minutes. What we're talking in the interviews, I want to explain you what we're talking. What we're talking is what we're doing as a Rotarians, why we want to help in the environment, why we need communities wake up and do conscience about what is happening with the environment. This is the picture for each government organization we visit. We will be having April 28th a meeting with the director of the National Water Commission from Baja California and the mayor and all these organizations to agree exactly what we will be doing in the date of the event. Well, probably in the future I will be talk more what we're doing in these cities. But I invite you to start working and protect our fresh water, our natural resources. And please, don't forget to register your project in Community Action for Fresh Water agreement, Rotary International with the United Nations. Probably if we work together, we can have some hope for the future. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Risha. Great job. Thank you. And thank you, Shab, for the great camera work. I saw you busy down there. Let's see. You want to go 5? 10? Okay. Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now. We're going to come back at 4 o'clock. Yeah, it is a big deal. This is going to be a great presentation coming up at 4 o'clock. We want to give you a little break in advance of that. The next one's going to go for about an hour, so I want to give you all the time you can to get ready for it. It's going to be a good one. Thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3. Yes.
All good. All good. All good. Appreciate it. What we did down with people.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready to start. This is for the 4 o'clock time. We have with us regarding Rotary Reefs. Our big chief, the guy that's been in charge, the sponsor for this one, the all-around great guy, we got Steve Bender. Steve, come on up. Tell us what you got.
Thanks, Wade. Can we get a round of applause for Wade? He's been doing a great job. So this is my favorite saying in the entire world is I joined Rotary to change the world, and it changed me. I joined Rotary to make the world a better place, and Rotary truly made me a better person. Between the four-way test and the camaraderie and the projects, it's my life now. So I'm going to talk a little bit. Wrong way. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And let's have a round of applause for Yane, who's been working so hard. He set up all the stages and doing everything. And he's got a company called BCaster, and we'll talk about that a little later. So some of you have heard about the 47817. Sophia talked a little bit about the other day, and we'll talk about it some more. We're going to talk about a rotary reef, but before I start, I think I want to go back to some of the history of how it became. Okay. So I spent Father's Day on a Duffy boat in Newport Harbor with John Germ, and we were discussing my club and my ideas and thoughts. And he said, "Steve, you should start your own Rotary club." And I said, I do it as long as no one gave me any advice because I want to do it differently. So all the members that I have know that we're #NotYourGrandfather's Rotary Club. We do a lot of things differently. We've got members all over the world, and we really focus around environment and social issues. So you've got John Germ to blame for that. 5 years ago, 2014, we designed I designed a dental program. Then we realized that all the people we were helping didn't realize where the problem was coming from. So we designed what was called a sugar board. And I have this in like Khmer, Korean, Vietnamese, pretty much every language. And the way I did this, I designed the interior. Actually, my Rotaractors did. There were dental students at USC. They designed what we call the sugar board, or Rethink Your Drink. And what it is it educates mothers and families about how much sugar is in your drink. And then what we did was I designed it where I can donate this to any club in the world, and they can put their name on top and where their club meets. And this is a marketing tool for Rotary. And so I get a call. Santa Barbara has the winner. They have one of these in their community center, and I get a phone call about every 3 months. Steve, you got another one. So they get a member because people see where they meet, and then they go see it. So this is free to anybody in the world. I do it all, and I pay for it. So a lot of people, I don't know if you guys know, I'm a CEO of a dental group at USC. And I designed a program called Doc in the Box Dental. And we do about $1 million with free dental in Southern California a year. The bonus for all the students and Rotaractors that volunteer one Saturday a month is they get to go on an international clinic. And so I threw this one in because we have a lot of friends from India here. So I wanted to show you, this was us 4 years ago doing a dental clinic in India, but we also donated a girls' restroom at the same time. And at the time, they said it was going to be the last year we do oral polio. This has been about 4 years ago. But anyway, I wanted all my dental students to do it, so we also did a whole polio regime in India. Wonderful, wonderful event. And so that's my Rotaract team in India. This is my Rotaract team, April 19th in Coronado, Panama. So we did this in 2019. Everybody liked it so much they asked us to come back in 2020. So what I normally do is I go 2 days early, then I have an advanced team of 20 come down in 2 days, and then 80 come down after that. And my brother's been with me, and you were at this clinic in Panama. You have the record for most fluorides in one day. He's a monster. So I promised we'd come back. So I went 2 days early with, 8 suitcases, paying a little bit extra baggage fees. But they're filled with dental supplies, toothbrushes, toothpaste, fluoride, everything we need. Well, I land and they say, congratulations, all the airports just got closed. And so I got stranded on an island in Bocas del Toro for 4 months. So that's how this all started. Oh, this is a slide out of the thing. So I'm going to go back a little history, a little bit more. In 2012, I was approached by an organization called the Africa Project, and they wanted a donation of $5,000 for a program they were doing in Kandla, South Africa. Kandla, South Africa has the highest concentration of anywhere in the world of AIDS. And it was a very traumatic thing for me because I was researching it, and I found that what's called a virgin cure. They think if they rape a virgin, it cures AIDS. And this goes back about 2,000 years. I studied it. And I was at the time, I think my nieces were like 13 and 15. And I cried. And I still do when I think about it. So I said, why don't we, how can we do a counselor? And they go, you don't understand, this is the middle of nowhere. There's no structures. And at the time, I was volunteering, teaching students building skills at Catella High School in Anaheim, California. And I went to the teacher. Oh no, excuse me. I went to them. And they said, "There's no place to do it." And I said, "What if I build something?" And so we were just looking at green building constructions and containers. So I designed what's called a dock in the box. And it was an AIDS clinic. And we had it built by Interactors and funded by Rotary. And we shipped it to Kandla, South Africa. And because of that, I started getting bombarded with different schools and things. And that's why I designed the dental unit. This slide was out of, I'm sorry. So this is a 20-foot shipping container we bought. Actually, I think Don donated it. And we paid for all the things inside, but this is what we made out of it. This is inside of a 20-foot shipping container, and then we filled it up with supplies, sealed it up, shipped it to Kandla, and it's in use today. And at that time, I said, that's when I coined a phrase, I'm not going to send a check, I'm going to send a solution. And so I said, I'm going to design a program for you, I'm not going to just give you money to spend. And this is the birth of the Dock in the Box, and it's been very successful. This is my Interact students being awarded by a congressman at the high school. So this is the dental box I designed. It was again, I was approached by USC to do a mobile dental trailer. And they said, one of those shipping containers you do. I'm going, hold on, let me look at this. And so I went to a couple of their clinics, went to Mexico with them, and I came back and I said, this isn't for you. The shipping container is not the way to go. I said, but they do make a 20, because I said logistics hauling that around with a diesel. I said we could get a 20-foot car hauling could be hauled behind a pickup truck, and that way we can take it to off-road areas in Mexico and stuff like that. So I designed this program. This is the dental program. So if you look at the bottom, it's got 15 toolboxes, 15 dental units, 15 chairs, an air compressor, two digital X-ray machines, air compressor, and sterilization units. So, and most of you guys have volunteered that are from the West Coast at one of these projects. We dropped the back of the trailer at 7 o'clock. At 7:50, we're set up with a 15-chair dental unit that we can do $100,000 in one day. That's twice as efficient as, 3 times as efficient as USC's previous model. So we also we switched to a thing called hands in a box. So a lot of the things we call dock in the box, meals in a box, hands in a box, democracy in a box. But the box just represents a shovel-ready project that any Rotary Club can do. I work all the bugs out. I pay for it, fund it, work out the problems, test it, and then share it. And I always get asked, are you patenting these or trademarking these? I'm going, heck no. The more people use it, the more children have better lives. So we do a lot of this. And so hands in a box, I think you guys helped make these, right? The ones we sent to Ukraine? Oh, no, Lori and Jeff, our other members, yeah. So this is us. We were over in Cambodia doing free dental to in Siem Reap, the landmine museum. So we adopted some kids over there, and so these people, what happens is people pick up mines. We drop more ordnance in Cambodia than all of World War II. And so there's still landmines there. And what people do is they pick them up to try to sell them for scrap, and they lose their hands. And so this is a Rotary program that's this prosthetic hand program. But these people, we teach them how to put them on, and then we teach them how to use them, either with tools or with pens. And a couple of these I adopted in Ukraine for different uses, for to hold screwdrivers to repair stuff. We modified super glue and a drill. And this is thank you to the helper that gives prosthetic hands to the handicap. Another project I did is Steve's Vision, where I used to travel, or I still do travel a lot. I usually travel with about 300 of these reading glasses. They weigh nothing. They cost 88 cents, and you can change a person's life for 88 cents. And we did one in Peru where I always say, if you see us do this, take a picture, get your camera out, because you'll never see a smile like that. People put them on like this, and they look at their hands, and they smile bigger than you've ever seen. It's really amazing. This is the landmine project we did in Siem Reap. The dental clinic we did in India. The dental clinic we did in Patong, which was where we started diving doctors. So I had this idea, if I could get all my students addicted to diving, I would have set volunteers for life. So we started getting 10 or 15 certified every year. Now we have a bunch of about 40, and they're going, Mr. Bender, where are we going to go have our next clinic? Fiji, which we've been to too. This is us building bathrooms in the Amazon. Sorry, lost my thing. So this is our oral hygiene instruction. This is what we do on islands. This is actually on Isla Carneros in Bocas del Toro province. So we try to educate the children about sugar and nutrition, et cetera, et cetera. This is a tool I designed. So we have to backpack our things into villages, and I mean we might be hiking in water, or you can't. There's no electricity, and the biggest bang for the buck is a $1.12 fluoride varnish on children's teeth. So if we can do that every 6 months, we can give them a better start. But you have to dry the teeth. So I designed this tooth dryer, and now it's been used all over. It's a 12-volt dryer that I modified from an air compressor for a tire. And that's the kid getting. Do we have sound? No. Is there sound? I'll need it for the next one. And so this guy's getting free dental and vision one day. And this was literally a chicken coop we had to clean up. This is Dr. Montgomery from the Rotary Club of Laguna Niguel. So this was very, very sad. We do projects all around the world. The worst parts, India. I did an AIDS clinic in Thailand. But when we were in Panama, we found an anomaly. If we do 20 orphanages in Mexico, if one kid has an abscess, we take them directly to the hospital, get them on an IV, and pierce the abscess. We were finding, and that happens like once every 2 years or so. In Panama, in one day, we found 3 kids with 3 abscesses. And it's like they're going to die within a week or two because the infection had already gone in their mouth and their head. I says, what is the reason for this? And I couldn't figure it out, and I'm looking, and lunchtime hit. All the kids go to the school store. They have what's called a Balboa, which is a Panamanian dollar. They can buy a soda and a candy bar every day of their lives, and they don't brush their teeth. So we've exported our poison without an antidote. And so that's why I'm really trying to focus hard on these island nations that, they don't realize, oh, this is great. But they don't realize the complications to it. And we're going to have, I predict a very bad 5 to 6 years from now, there'll be a lot of we're going to have to figure out dentures in a box because these kids are just not going to have any permanent teeth left. I threw this in because I started a program called Building Bridges Through Rotary in 2016, where we partnered up a Rotary Club in Mexico with a Rotary Club in California or Texas, and we just said, let's build bridges, not walls. And so it really, really was beneficial. I made a comment, I have more friends at the Rosarito Rotary Club than the Newport Beach Rotary Club because we do so much volunteering together, and when you volunteer with someone, you become friends with them. So I put this in because I started a thing called volunteer tourism. We were having the hardest time getting materials from across the border. The Mexican government fleeced our volunteers for taxes on donated items. So I met with the governor of Baja and told him the story. And I said, we're trying to bring your kids musical instruments at the Boys and Girls Club. We're bringing medical supplies. We're bringing everything. And every time my volunteers get stopped at the border and fleeced for cash. And he said, what do you want to do, Steve? I said, can we have a hotline where if I call, we can email you anytime a car is coming across the border, then you send a pass from the governor's office. So he approved that. Then we did a program because Mexico doesn't donate the best prime real estate to their nonprofits. So the Boys and Girls Club is out in the middle of nowhere. All the orphanages are out in the middle of nowhere in really scary areas with no street lights. So that was another issue. You leave Newport Beach at 5, you get to Mexico at 9, and you're trying to find a place to drop off stuff in a foreign country. So I worked out a deal with the Rotary clubs there, Rosarito Beach Hotel, that all they'd have to do is drive there. A valet will take all the donated items, put it on a cart, and put it in a room for the nonprofit to collect the following week. And then they offer 40% discount Monday through Thursday nights for any Rotarian bringing materials down. And then a lot of also the local places, the restaurants offer discounts. So I used to say I could go get a massage for 2, dinner, lobsters at Puerto Nuevo for 2, cheaper than I could go out on a date in Newport Beach. And so I started telling people, and they started doing that. We're going down, the retired people are going down, we're going to go have margarita and lobster. Don't take instruments to the Boys and Girls Club. So anyway, we were talking earlier about tires. This is a house we built made out of tires in Guadalupe. This is after the big fires a few years ago. So this person had lost their house. So I had a buddy get me a couple truckloads worth of tires, and we did the stamped earth tire. And it's just beautiful. And the walls are, very well insulated. It is labor intensive for packing the thing, but it's a great way to get rid of some tires. This is another clinic shot. This is something else we're going to start doing, and it's a collection point for plastic bottles. We're going to put a couple of these down in where kids can make it a game where they feed the fish bottles, and then they'll click it up and make it a game. So we're going to work on that. Okay, back to the Rotary Reef. This was done by an artist, and a very famous artist, as a gift to me about 4 years ago. So I land in Bocas del Toro, nothing to do. I'm a master PADI certified diver. I go diving. I go, this is really pitiful. There's no fish, there's no coral, there's nothing. And I said, I got nothing to do. So I designed this first Rotary Reef program, and I did it with a lot of different holes. I've been diving for decades, and so I kind of know where fish like to hide and eat. I can design a eel house, a shrimp house, a lobster house, and it works pretty good. So this was the first one I made, and that was 001. Yeah. Let me see. Can you get sound? Yane, sound.
Oceans. They provide shelter to marine life and protect our shores. Coral reefs, they support 25% of all marine species. Coral reefs are also vital to sustainable fishing and coastal communities worldwide. Over 500 million people depend on reefs for food, income, and protection. With over 800 different species of coral, reefs provide over $400 billion in economic value by protecting our coasts and coastal communities. They are nature's buffer for waves, storms, floods, and erosion. And so, internationally, fish stocks have been significantly reduced and exploited while coral reef coverage has declined by roughly 50%. With predictions of up to 90% loss by 2050. In the Caribbean, these numbers are more drastic. However, coral seed banks help rebuild what's been lost. Much like the fertilization of flowers, coral seed and eggs are released where they mix and fertilize and grow into larvae. Then, after a few days or weeks, return to the reef to settle and grow. Working with regional government leaders, mayors, village representatives, and community members has created paid training apprentice programs specific to ocean sustainability. Apprentices are working to become local entrepreneurs and employers to artificial suppliers for future rotary reef installation projects. RotaryReefs.org not only works to create new reefs, but to also protect the reefs we do have by helping to reduce the amount of chemicals, plastics, overfishing, and invasive species. RotaryReefs.org is breathing new life into areas believed to be irreparably damaged. Yet while these locals work to save their reefs and coastal front lines, saving the ocean starts with you. Join the Rotary Reef Project. Please help protect coral reefs for generations to come. Get involved. Visit RotaryReef.org.
Pretty cool. So we got second place in the world for the restore and repair coral reefs off the coast of Panama in it was Holger's year. Was that 2018? Oh no, that'd been 2020. Okay, this is the one. This is a video I just took last August, and we've got. You can just see so much more has happened in 1 year, and then if you look really close, there's a nurse shark that's moved in, right here. Oop. So that's a sign of a healthy reef when you have all this habitat moving in and the sponges growing. So these are my Rotaract team. Pretty cool, huh? And so we're listing where we're putting reefs, and we're doing different studies on how fast things grow there. So we're trying to get an idea for where the best things grow. And we found a really nice area that in this August, we're going to start a new project, which will be a 200-foot round rotary reef made with 56 rotary wheels. Is that right? And so it'll have 7 spokes representing the 7 areas of focus and a big wheel, and it'll be 200 feet round. And this is a perfect example. I designed this project. We charge $5,000 a wheel. They cost them about $1,000 to make. And then the local Rotary Club adopts this. Then they take that $4,000 per wheel and use it for community projects. And so this is a way we can fund projects through a project. So I always shy away from handouts and things that might dry up. I'd rather design stuff that actually we can continue being sustainable by doing things with it. So this is our Rotaract, or this is our club members setting a reef last year. This is this is our barge we have to do to do it. So what we do is we drop these the day before. Because it makes so much sediment. What we do is another thing we do is we take the Nobi children out before we set a reef. And we let them snorkel the area all over for about an hour. We say, do you see this? There's absolutely nothing here. Now, we're going to bring you back after we've done the reef. And as we're putting the reef in, fish are moving in. So within like 2 days, it's occupied. The fish are just going, it's a great place to live. But we bring them back and we say, we're doing this for you, but you've got to make sure your parents don't fish within 30 meters of this reef. If you fish it out, it'll be gone. If you stay 30 meters away, you'll always have fish. And so now you can see where all these reefs, you see all these dugouts, these cayucas, dugout trees. And these guys, it's almost like they got a tape measure. They're exactly 30 feet out. They go out, they have the little, they fish with just line over their hands and then drop it. They catch 3 fish. They have no refrigeration. Or, so they catch 3 fish, go home, but they know they can do that every day because there's so many fish there because of the rotary reefs. That's us. So we throw them out the day before, let the sediment, let them build up all the sediment, and then we adjust them the next day. And that's us placing a big reef. That weighs about 600 pounds. So I was stranded in Bocas del Toro. They lifted the travel ban, but I was delivering medicines and insulin to some kids and stuff. And I said, I'm not going to leave until I know somebody else is taking it up. So I ended up staying there 18 months. And I wanted to finish my projects. But I had done a visa run to Costa Rica and saw this amazing bird called the great green macaw. And I came back to Bocas del Toro, and I go, where are the macaws? They go, Mr. Bender, those have been extinct here for 40 years. I said, why? They says, well, we cut down all the mountain almendro trees. They need them to eat to feed their young to reproduce. I said, well, how long does it take for them to fruit? And they said, about 8 years. I said, so if I plant 1,000 this month, in 2028, they'd be fruiting it, and we could repopulate. They go, yeah, but you could never plant 1,000 almendros in a month. So I planted 5,000. And now I have over 17,000 in an area, and we're placing them in areas where we know by satellite where they'll be. So in 2030, we're going to build an aviary, and we're going to repopulate it. And then by then, all the trees will be growing where as the macaws breed, they'll have other trees to go to. So that's where I started. We started the macaw project, then the tree project. And so what we do, every time we fly down there, we work with the government. We plant trees on the 3rd Thursday of every month. And I fund it, and this is my boat filled with trees. You can't see it, but behind, this is me delivering trees every day. To different. What I do is I set up drop-off locations and publicize it. So they said there's 50 trees on this dock on this day. There's 50 trees on dock this day, and then the locals would come grab 2 or 3 and plant them, with the agreement that they would never cut them or sell them. And so this is my Rotary group planting trees. All right. So what's next? As I said, there's going to be a great need for medical in the islands soon, and I think I've spoken with some eye doctors, and they say that the sun, with the climate change, the sun's getting brighter. There's going to be a need for cornea surgery, a drastic need for cornea surgery in the next 6 to 10 years. Now as you can see, I can operate a dental clinic in a chicken coop. You can't operate on eyes in a chicken coop. It's got to be perfectly sterile, perfectly dust-free, and everything. So I designed this boat that we're going to hopefully have out in a few years, where the second floor of that is an operatory for cornea surgery. And I designed this in 2020. Unfortunately, I designed it with some technology that isn't affordable now, but it will be affordable in a few years. It's already coming down. The battery pricing, solar pricing. It's the fact I won't even need a sail on this now with the batteries the way they are. I won't even need a sail. But I've also designed a special docking device, a dual acting cylinders, so we don't have to do the yaw of a boat. We cocoon over a concrete structure and then lift the sailboat out of the water so it's not moving during surgery. So it's a new thing. I didn't patent it or trademark it, but you'll see it on other boats, I'm sure, at some point in time. So this is called the Phoenix Project. All right, and that is, this is a very refined, narrow-edged version of the rotary reef. Sophia, do you want to come up and talk a little bit? Sophia D'Angelo, our youngest Rotarian. So Sophia, I'll tell you the story about Sophia. She was one of our first, we started a family membership program where we get a parent and a child in, and she was the first one in. So she's technically, I think, don't hold me this, but maybe the youngest Rotarian in the world. She's been working on our 47817 program, and then she also has a big interest in coral reefs. And so she's agreed to be my co-chair for the Rotary Reef program in Tonga, and we've also just got asked by the Galapagos to do a program there. So do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm so passionate about just helping like coral reefs rejuvenate and being able to support like the next generation, like with everything that's happening with climate change. So really being able to promote like sustainability within our oceans is really important.
Thank you, Sophia. Can I get you to stay up here? Thanks so much. I'd like to, Barry, can I get you up for a picture with Sophia? I think that's all our reef people, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is there a way we get Rotary Reef on the bird? A picture here? It's not easy. I just want a picture for you, President of the United States. We got big plans for you. You're a rock star. Thank you. Oh, the medallion? Yes, you go. Oh, maybe, yeah. Thank you. You're awesome. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, any questions on the Rotary Reef, the Panama Project, the Galapagos Project, the McCall Project, the Tree Project, or anything else? Yes, Lori. I go to bed at 8 o'clock every night, and I drink about 3 gallons of water a day. And there might be a little genetic there. Anybody? Any other questions? Pardon? Well, I think just share the message of partnerships for the goals. 1.4 million people are not going to solve the problems. We need to get Rotary clubs partnered with NGOs and businesses to get a job done. I think we did something with Braver Angels yesterday. It was a debate on who's going to solve the problem, government or business. And I just saw the gentleman who said both. But it is important. We need. Oh, there you go. You said both, and he changed my mind because I said it should be just community because we can't trust the government anymore. And then you came back and said a combination of both, and it made me change my opinion. That's why I like Braver Angels. It makes you have conversations about things. So, Elisa. Yes, so the Solano Beach Rotary Club partnered with 2 others to do that, and three. What we'd like to do is maybe get districts to start doing it, so it doesn't cost very much. You know, it's just like a couple $100 for a district. And what's great is then they come back down. They want to come see it, so that's part of our volunteer. They want to come see the reef, and we're going to be going in August with you. I try to go twice a year, so August is my next trip. I can't hear you. No, I mean, I just don't listen. There's always people that tell you can't get done, and just don't listen to them. Ignore them. Everything I've done that's been successful, someone told me I shouldn't do it. Just ignore them. Go ahead. Pardon, what? Oh, yeah, I'll send it. It's on our website, but I'll tell you about it. What we do is we basically just charge $500 for single membership, or we charge $500 for a single membership with a child. And that way we don't make the money, but we get rock stars like this. So, I mean, I've spoken at so many Rotary things, and I don't even have to go into meetings anymore. I can say, I bet, I can tell you what they're saying in that. We need to recruit younger members. And they go, Yeah, that's just what they said. I go, no, I've been hearing that story for 15 years. We need to recruit younger members. But what are we doing to recruit younger members? If we're not listening to younger members, if we're not doing projects younger members want, we're not going to recruit younger members. So, yes. Join Interact, then join Rotaract. No. And I could be very philosophical about finding your dream or to do what you love. You never work a day in your life. But that's what I do. I work 7 days a week, 16-hour days, and I'm the happiest guy on the planet. You know, I don't take time off to do. I love projects. I love Rotary. You know, I have more Rotary friends around the world than most people have in their neighborhood, just from volunteering and service above self. But I did want to go back just a little bit about the partnerships, because I think we could use this as a membership tool. Like I say, I already know of about 8 people I'm recruiting from this thing into our club, because the Wild Coast people, you know, if you want to do our project, you got to be a Rotarian. So you can join my club, you can join your club, but you've got to join one club. And so if we do specific recruiting for specific tasks, we can get new members. Everybody should have a job. Yeah, we don't allow anybody not to be on a committee in our club. You have to do 100 hours of community service before we consider your application. Because if you can't do 100 hours of community service before you join Rotary, how can we expect you to do 100 hours after you join Rotary? And if you're good, if you truly want to be a Rotarian, you'll do that. If you're there to sell something, or you know, if you're what we call rhinos, Rotary in name only, we weed you out before we get you in the club. Oh, World Games. Anything else? Huh? Yeah, the blimp has arrived. All right. Oh, Shab, did you have? We've already talked to you guys. Any other questions? Oh, yes. Hi. So, what's our advice for Rotaract members? We do something a little bit different. We try to pair up a Rotarian with a Rotaractor. We have what we call as our Mintern program. It's a combination of mentor and intern. But we'll hook one up with each other, and it's amazing. The younger person might help the older person with computers and skills and software and AI, and then the younger person can offer assistance to the young, you know, business skills, education, wisdom. I always say there's three elements of every project: time, treasure, and talent. And so not all clubs have it. My first Rotary Club, they had the treasure, but they didn't have anybody who could stand on their feet for 12 hours and volunteer. Now I've got a club where we don't have the treasure, but we've got a lot of young people that can volunteer. So we try to partner time, treasure, and talent. Okay. Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for coming, and I'm excited to work with you guys all in the future. Thank you. Where's she? Oh. Don? Youth Leadership Matters?
Okay, we have 15 minutes, and I do have a presentation if they're around. I've got Richard McCaw, if he's here. He is with Water for Children of Africa, along with Vicki Butcher.
Good afternoon. Oh, good. It's on. It's a pleasure to follow another Rotarian We are Rotarians. Oh, there you go. I said again, it's a true pleasure to follow a superstar Rotarian, as we are Rotarians ourselves. However, I'm going to give you a quickie informational little something about how Water for Children got started. Okay? Okay. The journey for Water for Children began when I had graduated from law school and had other things on my future plans to do and to become. One of the things was to go and be a superstar in the legal community where I live. After I went back to law school with the 5 children, my husband said, "How many children do we have, dear?" I said, 5. He said, "Did we have them for a nanny to raise?" I said, "No." He said, "Good. You stay home and raise our 5 children." We then became the Huxtables of East County. He was the doctor, I was the lawyer, and my husband laughed and said, "What? They're making it up. They have somebody writing a script. We're doing it for real. We have to deal with this 5 business day by day." So when I graduated, my mother literally bought me a ticket, took me to Uganda, where's Uganda? East Africa, yes. and she began the process of educating me about the need for water. Of course, being born, raised in this culture, I knew about water. I could go and turn on the faucet and boom, there it was. And it never crossed my little mind that children die every day on the continent from contaminated water and water-related diseases. After my failed legal profession, we'll fast forward a little bit, and my husband and my mother and I began the process of taking or partnering with villages in Africa to help them get safe water. And I was the perfect person to do that because I didn't know a thing. And I had the opportunity to allow village chiefs, people in the continent, people who needed the water, to help me understand how I could be of service. My mother informed me not to look at all of the problems, not to look at everything to the left, to the right, but consider what I could do to make the world a better place for children who needed safe, sustainable water. That journey was the beginning, and her message was simple: do what you can do and let everyone else do what they can do. We have learned and loved the fact that Rotary is a partner in water, a partner in so many other projects. We are not superstars, but we're little people doing what we can to make life a better place. The new executive director of Water for Children is Richard McCall, and he has been a project coordinator, project manager, has helped us to drop wells, drop boreholes, and have water catchment tanks and do what we partnered with and were told that we could do. So with that, I will introduce you to Richard.
Thank you, Vicky. On the screen, you've seen a number of challenges that we face in Africa, and those are realities of how water is on the continent. Our vision is just to make sure that no child dies on the continent before they reach the age of 10 of contaminated water. And I've seen that. I lost a little sister at the age of 4 years. And that has stuck with me, and that's why I volunteer. I'm not paid. Since 1993, I've been a volunteer for Water for Children, designing all projects and implementing them, because I don't want to see another father stand crying next to their departed child. And this is in Liberia. Because the water table is so high, we do hand pumps. We do install new pumps. We repair old pumps. We love to go and find out some projects that have been done by people, and the pumps are broken. They didn't teach the villagers on what to do with them, once the pumps are broken. The pump to the right was actually done by a Rotary group 10 years prior to that. It was broken. We fixed 7 broken pumps in Ghana not too long ago. And so it's important when you do projects, you teach, you pass on the knowledge, the skill, so that those villagers can maintain what you provided for them. Also, in some parts of Africa, we do rain harvesting, and we provide 10,000-liter tanks, these huge tanks, and we catch water that is able to sustain the school for as long as 6 months until the next rain season. We've done more than 100 schools in one area in Kenya. And actually some 22 of, I believe, we did a global grant through Rotary to one region in Kenya. Both of us are Rotarians. We do Rotary projects when we can, and there's funding through our district. However, we also have the nonprofit Water for Children Africa, where we are able to also go in areas where there are no Rotary clubs to partner with and do those projects. When we get extra water, we do kitchen gardens. We love to teach the young kids how to grow vegetables to supplement their lunch, because most of the lunch taken in on the continent is just corn and beans, Monday through Friday. And so we teach them how to do kitchen garden and supplement the vegetables when there is excess water. So some of the programs that we support include free medical camps, school supplies, and the environment. We love to teach young kids how to plant trees, but most important, there is no reason on the continent of Africa why a school should have land, rain, and no fruits on the school compound. That way the children can enjoy a fruit for free when they walk around through the campus. And we planted a lot of those. We also do hygiene, the hybrid decomposition, because over there they build these massive sinkholes on the ground, and they collapse when it rains and the soil is not stable. So they call us, and we are able to do hybrid decomposition, as well as teaching the mothers of those children agriculture so that they can improve on food security, because some of those kids go to school without any food. Right now, our efforts are directed in northern Kenya, and I'll ask them to play a video of the work that we are doing in northern Kenya, which is extremely, extremely challenging. Ask you to do the video. Yeah.
Water for Children Africa. I am honored to share the story of a mission dedicated to life, health, and dignity. We are a USA 501c3 nonprofit, founded in 1990. Welcome to this presentation on Water for Children Africa. I am honored to share the story of a mission dedicated to life, health, and dignity. We are a USA 501c3 nonprofit, founded in 1990, driven by the simple belief that every child deserves access to clean water. Since our first projects began in 1993, we've spent over 30 years on the front lines of the global water crisis. Across 18 nations on the African continent, our work has touched over 1 million lives, replacing despair with the sustainable gift of flowing water. Today, our hearts and efforts are focused on northern Kenya, specifically the Lependera community. This is an arid, unforgiving landscape where a compounding water crisis has pushed the resilience of its people to the absolute limit. Imagine waking up every single day knowing your first task is a 3.8-mile walk. For the mothers and young girls of Lipandera, this is the daily reality. It is a journey that consumes their time, their health, and their future, as hours that should be spent in school or work are spent carrying heavy containers under a relentless sun. When they reach their destination, what they find is often heartbreaking. Dry riverbeds serve as primary sources, forcing families to dig into the sand for a few muddy liters. This water is frequently salty, unsafe, and shared with livestock, leading to a cycle of disease that keeps children out of classrooms and in medical clinics. We haven't been idle. We've already implemented a short-term solution, a multi-purpose building with a massive rainwater harvesting system. It captures every drop during the rainy seasons. But while these tanks provide a vital bridge, they aren't a permanent cure for a region that can go months without a single cloud. Sustainability requires science. That's why we've already completed comprehensive hydrological and geological surveys. Working alongside community elders and technical experts, we've mapped the ground and confirmed that a reliable water source exists. It's just waiting to be reached. Our long-term vision is ambitious, the drilling of an 870-foot deep borehole. By reaching this deep aquifer, we can provide a constant, year-round supply of clean water that is immune to seasonal droughts. This isn't just a pipe, it's a lifeline. The impact of this borehole will ripple throughout the community. It will provide the medical clinic with the hygiene standards necessary to save lives, and it will transform the local school. When water is available at the school, attendance skyrockets, especially for girls who are finally free to learn. Looking back at our timeline, from our formation in 1990 to our expansion into 18 countries, every milestone represents thousands of lives changed. The Lipandera project is our next great chapter, and we invite you to be part of it. You can be the catalyst for this change. Whether it's through direct funding for the drilling costs, volunteering your skills in the field, or simply sharing this mission with your community, your partnership is the fuel that drives our rigs and brings water to the surface. On behalf of Water for Children Africa and the people of Lipandera, thank you. Together, as we embark on this 870-foot journey, we are not just drilling for water, we are drilling for hope. Visit us at waterforchildrenafrica.org to join the mission. Thank you.
We hope that you enjoyed learning a little bit more about us. Yes. Oh. And we certainly thank you for learning what we have been doing in the past and what we're projected to do in the future. Our time is limited, so do we have time for one question? And if not, you may see either of us afterwards.
We are on a booth to the side over there, so you can come and ask any questions. So express any questions that you have, and we can answer. We've done this since 1993, so we've seen a little bit of everything on the continent of Africa, 18 countries.
Thank you for that outstanding presentation and great project you're doing. At this time, we have a youth leadership panel. It's going to be led by fearless hero here, Don Bender. Don Bender is a small business owner, Rotarian co-founder of Rotary Global Service Club, Democracy in a Box, and Rotarians for Civic Participation. He's been dedicated to applying the 4-way test the United Nations 17 SDGs. Don, once you got finished setting up this thing, I'm going to hand it over to you. You could introduce your panel.
Should we pull the podium back so that
Exactly. You want to go to this side? Let's jump to the side, and I'll move the camera. Yeah, we'll put the chair.
Thank you, Wade. Thank you, everyone. For our panel today, our two leaders are Shivi Kumar and Shreya Kumar, and our two guest panelists are Maya Cook and Sophia D'Angelo. Let's hear it for them, please.
Hello, everybody. We're very honored to be here. This is an intergenerational panel of which we're going to be addressing climate, health, tech, and civic impact. So I'm going to start off by giving the mic to each of the participants to just give them an introduction of themselves.
Hi, my name is Sophia D'Angelo. I am 15 and I go to Laguna Hills High School in Orange County, California. I'm involved with sustainability in Rotary, something I'm very excited about. I was just named the co-chair of the new Rotary Reefs project, so that's something I'm very excited about. I'm definitely very, sorry, this is really out of the blue, but I'm definitely very involved with like sustainability in my community too, so I'm very excited just with everything that's like coming with like the Rotary.
Isn't she amazing? I met her earlier. Wow. I got started as well when I was young. It's funny, this is, I was looped into this last minute. Don Bender, he found me. He said, "You're a young person, please join." And I was even younger when I got started. I'm 22 now. I've been a campaign finance reform advocate since I was a teenager. And now I'm the executive director of an organization called Equal Citizens, which came out of Harvard Law by a professor named Lawrence Lessig. And our goal is to get dark money out of politics without overturning Citizens United. So the reason I'm at EarthX is to explain the relationship between campaign finance reform and environmental justice. And I love working with young advocates, and it's an honor to be here with these wonderful girls today.
Hi, my name is Shreya Kumar. I am 15 years old, and my work operates at the intersection of mental health and also looking at how that evolves into sustainability. And this is something I've been very passionate about through my work as a TEDx speaker, where I've delivered a TED Talk about how mental health is so impactful, especially in today's generation, and expressing how that is shared across different generations and what we can do to shape that understanding of mental health. I'm also currently working on founding a nonprofit through Rotary in which we can bring a better understanding to mental health through sustainability and also recognizing how those two intersect very strongly in those fields.
Let's give a round of applause for them. That's amazing. Doing all that at their age. So I think we've had an understanding of all of our panelists and how they're very involved with civic action and also environmental justice. So I'll pose the question if anyone wants to grab the mic first and answer it. You're more than welcome to. What do you think are one of the biggest barriers when addressing environmental justice action along with policy initiatives? What do you think are the biggest barriers, especially for youth trying to get involved in projects like those?
I'll let the girls beside me answer the questions about youth because I'm the oldest on this panel. But in terms of policy, well, policy comes from our representatives. And if our representatives are beholden to an unaccountable system of dark money, well then, what does it matter bringing these initiatives to them? So I always tell people that in order to achieve our sustainability goals or anything else we care about, for example, affordable health care, we first have to reform our campaign finance system. And there are many ways for young people to get involved in this. I love that you gave a TEDx talk when you were 15. You beat me, I gave mine at 18. But I want younger generations, especially young girls, to feel empowered that they have a voice and that they can actually make change in this space. So I'd love to hear more about what the rest of you guys are doing.
Yeah, I definitely think a big barrier for especially youth getting into environmental action is just the older generations really thinking they have like the only way of doing it. But I feel like if we really want to succeed in improving our, we're gonna have to reach out to like the youth and ask like, what do you think like is the best course of action? Because that's really where the real change is gonna come from. Obviously, we've made a lot of improvement in this, but there's obviously always more room for growth. And I just feel like the next generation always has such great ideas. Where who I've been talking to, like whether it's Model UN or other places, everyone just has such great ideas about reaching out and really like addressing these problems.
I completely agree with what these two ladies said, and I do want to touch up on it. I think that having an understanding between different generations is something that's so incredibly important, as some generations might view problems as a different way, or they might view solutions in a different manner than other people do within a younger generation. And I think having a unique and understanding between those two and being able to come together and bring all of those ideas together and form a solution towards that with everyone working together, I think that that'll be so impactful in our future in sustainability and civic engagement. And this is something that I think will seriously benefit the rest of our generations moving on from now.
Thank you, all three of you, for your very eloquent words. I loved how you had touched up on our representatives and how we do need to reach out to our Congress members. So the next question is if you had direct access to policymakers today, what is one structural reform that you would prioritize immediately?
If we had to ask them for two policies, oh my goodness, where do I even start? I live in Washington, D.C., so this is like a dream of mine, just to spend a day on Capitol Hill, which I have. And when I go to Capitol Hill, it's always just to promote campaign finance reform and to explain to people we don't have to overturn Citizens United to get dark money out of politics. Everyone thinks Citizens United created super PACs. It didn't. It was a lower court decision called Speech Now. And the reason this matters is because that actually means that there's hope. So that's number one. Banning insider stock trading. That's like an obvious solution for me.
Tying back to my other answer, maybe just having policymakers reach out to like younger generations, whether that's through education or clubs, just going to those schools, asking, doing surveys about what those kids want to see from those people, to really get out their message that maybe they're underrepresented and they can't really show their view of the world. Yeah, I think really important to reach out to younger generations.
I also do want to touch up on what these two ladies said, and then I also want to add in that I think that immersing ourselves in different environments and looking at different people, whether that be through different careers, maybe different goals that we may have, people in different fields, looking at how all of the people in all of these different fields intersect within ideas that are so similar, like policy. Policy is something that is so unique to everyone, where everyone has maybe a different opinion about it, or maybe a different view on it. And finding that point of intersection between everyone in general, I think that being able to do that and bring in new ideas would be extremely impactful for policy decisions, whether that be through generations or people from different backgrounds. The inclusion of different thoughts and ideas is something that I know will make policy enactment so much more efficient and so much more effective.
Thank you. I really liked how you talked about how these different ideas will change policy enactment. And going back to what you three had talked about, where have you in specific seen youth-led or civic-led efforts successfully shift funding priorities or legislation? Are there any past examples that come to your mind of the kind of mark that you want to make when engaging in policy as a youth?
I think that looking at how youth has come together. In specifics, I would say that I think that a more generalized idea rather than something so much more specific is looking at politics even. We've seen so many people from so many different generations sort of come up at ideas, and so many youth activists. Even today, looking around and seeing so many people here, these wonderful panelists, youth activists are all around us, and we all share one common goal, and that is just to make our world more sustainable and to bring in civic engagement, which is what we're all here for today. And so I think even looking at people in your community and looking at how people are trying to enforce new laws or trying to bring up new ideas, I think that that is something that's really quite amazing. And just for a more generalized look, I see people every day wanting something and working for it, whether that be through activism, in policy, in economics, in mental health awareness. Seeing these people work towards a common goal or what they believe they want to do is just really something that's truly great and something that we need to keep pushing forward.
And just a reminder to everyone, our founding fathers, when they were founding fathers, were very, very young. So young people absolutely have the power.
What you said about getting, like, even with these amazing people today, just there's more of us in neighborhoods, in places, like maybe something creating that goes along with policymakers, just to get our voices out to people that can enact real change. And yeah, having a bigger influence on what our government does.
Perfect. I loved all those answers. And now we're going to go into the technology portion, which our speakers can talk about in their own respects of their own work. But first of all, for technology as a policy infrastructure, we're all very aware, most of us in this room at least, of how technology is impacting the SDGs and also the intersection of AI with the SDGs as well as nanotechnology, which we'll be going into depth later on. But in your opinions, in classrooms and civic engagement, how can technology be embedded into policy frameworks as infrastructure, rather as just treating it as a non-sustainable invention or innovation? How do we make it more sustainable in your line of work?
So my line of work is mainly in psychiatry. I conduct psychiatry research, and I've recently presented at the Cognitive Neuroscience Society conference. And I think that in my line of work, using technology and data sets to conduct studies on things that are very specific. To get more specific, what I did was I explored psychiatric heterogeneity and how looking at biological subsets differentiates between different biological disorders, and how the main idea is that one symptom isn't just based on how someone acts. It's more based on the biological subset of the person. And to add that in, I think that looking at the perspective of it's sort of a not one thing fits everybody. Everybody is unique in that way. Looking at technology, I think it's very similar in that way of civic engagement. Dictating that technology and AI sources, I know that AI has definitely been a huge topic to talk about in discussions within the classroom in our world today, but seeing how impactful it's been and how many people are beginning to use it, really looking at that and giving it a very generalized term as maybe unethical and not useful, I think that that really doesn't highlight it for what it can do. And so what I'm trying to say is that looking at technology nowadays, there are so many different ways that we can use it towards getting the goals that we want, whether that be through civic engagement or sustainability, mental health research. We've seen so many people do so many different things with technology and AI, and I think that it only has a further future from here, and I can't wait to see it.
Thank you, Stray. I really loved how you touched on those points. Any of you guys have anything to add?
Okay, so I'm a varsity tennis player at my high school, and something that I've recently ran into was just like the mental health, like the mental blockade that I felt when I was playing. Whether that was just like spiraling or just feeling like I couldn't win, I really feel that that would be a great path for me to go into college. I was like looking into neuroscience pathways because I just thought if I could find that like mental block that like people face, whether like public speaking or like I said playing tennis, that would be really important to me. So then just technology in that area that I hope that'll develop when I go into college, that would be such a great thing for me.
I have nothing to add. These girls have covered it.
And then we're going to move on to our expert in finance and also civic impact. So, what would you say? How should financial models in legislation, also in elections, as you talked about, evolve to support more prevention-focused systems that are fair and equitable to all? Because you had talked about how there are some systems in the capital markets, but then also how you mentioned insider trading as well. So there's a lot of reforms that still need to be made. Could you go more into depth about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Prevention of what necessarily, like corruption, for example. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, well, there are so many things that we need to do. My organization, in my line of work, since I'm the executive director, we are defending a ballot initiative that passed in Maine in 2024, whose goal was to limit contributions to super PACs to $5,000, which was super exciting. Then immediately, 2 months later, a 2-time super PAC owner named Alex Titcomb came along, and he said, "You are violating my First Amendment rights." We look at each other and we're like, no, we're not, right? But we're in court, and it's funny because that's exactly what we wanted to happen. That's exactly what we expected with this ballot initiative. So we're now in the First Circuit. We're being represented by Neil Katyal, who just won the tariffs case, which is super exciting. And for the first time ever, using an originalist argument, we're arguing that super PAC contribution limits are compatible with an originalist meaning of the First Amendment. So that's what my work is doing, and that's how I contribute to civic life. And I feel really grateful that I'm able to fulfill that goal through my career. Because for a lot of people, careers are a way to make money. It's a way to clothe yourself, to feed your family, to take care of yourself, to have a roof over your head. I also get to fulfill my passions through my work, and I think that's also what these ladies here are doing, and that's what's so important, is that it's absolutely possible.
And I know you both, it might be outside of your line of work or it might be of interest, but do any of you guys have anything to add to this conversation around this question?
I want to touch upon something that you actually talked about. I think that especially looking for ways to reform situations is so amazing, and what you are doing is absolutely amazing. And hearing from different perspectives about this line of work is something that's so amazing. And I wanted to connect it back to sustainability, especially the part where you were talking about how some people do a job or work at something just because of maybe money or maybe because of external pressure. But I wanted to add that doing something for that reason and doing it for purposes that may not be able to sustain someone, that just, I think that really decreases sustainability and moves to things that we've seen, like burnout. I touch on this later when I'm talking, but looking at burnout, I think that the main cause of burnout is that people don't feel passionate enough about their work, and that people maybe they don't feel cared for enough, they're not supported enough, they don't feel sustained within their line of work. And that can be anything from doing something that you love, from doing something that you love initially and then slowly getting burnt out or chipped away each day working at that job. I think that really enforcing sustainability is so important, and caring for people in your workforce, looking at things that that remind you of why you do what you do every day, that's also something that's extremely important, and that will almost work towards preventing burnout, which I think is a very common cause of why people feel so unmotivated to go to work or do the thing that they once loved. So I really liked how you talked about that, and I want to touch up on it.
I have nothing new to add. I just wanted to acknowledge how amazing it is that there are young people like stepping out there and doing amazing things to help our future.
Yep, and I really liked how we always talk, when we talk about sustainability, we talk about health infrastructure, we talk about climate change, but rarely do conversations ever come up about mental health sustainability. So thank you for bringing that up. And Sophie, given all of the things that you do outside of school, you know, you play softball, you're heavily engaged with Rotary, tennis. You play tennis, you're heavily involved with different extracurriculars outside of school. Do you feel like there's something that conversations that have to be around for mental health, especially for athletes?
I'm actually planning on starting something with the local Boys and Girls Club near me, which is a free tennis clinic that I'm going to do probably 2 times a month, which is just basically getting kids out there to play and learn a sport that I love. But then also we'd probably do a mental health session for just 10 minutes, understanding why sports is so important, but also like the balance between like sports and other things, like probably school that are stressful, is super important as well. And just understanding how to like get past that mental blockade that you can like do anything. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, and I just think it's super important to like tell people that they can do anything, because sometimes these kids don't know that, and I think that sports and other extracurricular activities is a great way to get that out to students.
Thank you so much. And for our final question, I would like to invite each of you to share a specific project that you've done with Rotary and how you've aligned it to different Rotary values along with the SDGs, and how you would like to take it further.
I remember a few years ago with Steve Bender, I was at one of his doc in the box, or maybe not in the box, but just doc clinics, and I had the best time. I was younger back then, so I was just running around, taking notes, organizing everybody, and I think it was just such a great thing that he was doing for just kids that needed it, and I was just so happy to help in anything that I could. So that was really made an impression on me, and that's really why I want to do this thing with the coral reefs, because just helping others, especially in the way that he does it, is just absolutely amazing. So.
Well, I was involved with Rotary in high school. I was the president of the Interact Club, and we did so many different things. I mean, like very traditional high school thing. What you guys are doing is not traditional. That's very, very incredible. But like, you know, food drives, that was wonderful. But I recently only came back into the Rotary environment in my adult life. I had a bad experience at Rotary in high school. I was like one of the only young women there, and I'm just really happy that now it's a wonderful environment for these ladies. So I'm only coming back to it in my adult life, and it's really wonderful that Rotary has been so supportive of all of these different money and politics initiatives in this space. Like, I was invited here by the wonderful Dawn Bender to represent Equal Citizens, and I'm also here with my co-speaker for a panel tomorrow. He's with an organization called American Promise, and they're trying to pass a constitutional amendment to return the right to make campaign finance laws to the states. And that's what Rotary is supporting, and that's what I'm involved in now, and couldn't be more grateful.
I have been working on founding a nonprofit initiative called Global Minds of Mental Health and Policy. And so through this, I've been able to sort of reduce the stigma around mental health and really break down what causes that, and not so much as not so much as viewing it as a problem or not so much as viewing it as a liability, because it's not. It's something that's around everyone and so impactful to everybody. It's definitely a discussion that I encourage everyone to talk about. And so what I've been mainly working on is being able to fill in the gaps that we have between generations. I am currently working on launching a pilot where we are going to invite people of different generations. We're going to have youth speakers, people of the working age, young adults in college, older generations, just so we can talk about what exactly is it about mental health that separates everybody, that reduces sustainability, that reduces civic engagement as a whole, because those two are such correlated things that I don't think a lot of people have had the conversation about intersecting them. We've seen through burnout how causes of burnout can lead to a decrease in sustainability throughout communities, throughout workforces. Filling in that gap between generations and building a talk that's sustainable between all generations, that all generations can benefit from, including ideas that so many people can use in their future work or even use now when they're in the workforce, preparing for the workforce. Having that conversation and using ideas that are similar between people of different generations, finding a common ground between those people is something that I've been very passionate about and something that I'm working towards just to reduce the stigma around mental health and hopefully make sustainability something that is more popular. And I hope that this discussion is something that is still talked about, and because I think it's very important.
Thank you all for your amazing answers. And would we be able to take questions from the audience at this moment, or do you think? Okay. Does anyone from the audience have any questions that they'd like to pose to one of the panelists or suggestions? Oh, okay.
Dark money. Yes. Yes. Okay. Dark money 101. All right. So I always say this. Americans are familiar with two Supreme Court decisions. The first is Roe v. Wade. Everyone's heard of that. At least I hope. The second is Citizens United. Are you, sir, are you familiar with Citizens United? Have you heard of it? Exactly. Everyone's heard of it. So Citizens United basically extended the right to corporations to be able to spend unlimited sums in elections because they said this money would be spent independently, uncoordinated with a candidate, which in the Supreme Court's mind meant that there was no risk of corruption. 3 months later, a lower DC Circuit Court decision called Speech Now v. FEC said if unlimited spending isn't bad, then unlimited contributions to these super PACs cannot be bad. And what this set up was this regulatory and legal framework that allowed unaccountable money from C4s to flow to these entities that can spend unlimited sums and receive unlimited sums. These are super PACs, which can then spend in our elections. So what that means in practice is there's a lot of dark money. So when I say dark money, I'm referring to donors who will give to a C4, who will then give to a super PAC. So super PACs, they only have to report their first line in the donor chain, which is the C4. But we don't know who's giving to those C4s, and I think everybody deserves to know who is funneling money into our elections, right? Who their Congress people are listening to. They should be listening to people like these wonderful ladies here, not the highest bidder. That's dark money.
Thank you so much for that answer. Does anyone else from the audience have any questions?
Hello. I don't know that I have a question, I have more of a statement.
Oh, perfect, yep.
The U.S. is so divided right now. If something you say doesn't align with their values or their thoughts, they pick up stones and throw them. So if the only stone they have is your age, it means you're onto something very good, for one. Two is it's very inspiring to see young people making change. I think we're all stewards no matter what age we are of this country and of this world. And it's super inspiring to see people your age on stage with the missions you have. But it's even more exciting to see 4 females up here just kicking ass, excuse my language. But it is awesome. You guys should be so proud of yourself. Remember, the loudest boos come from the cheapest seats. So when you're in the arena fighting, disregard those. I've heard a couple people make statements of, people disregard us because of our age. 95% or more people are very excited to see you up here and see you on your mission. So thank you for what you're doing. Keep going, and don't listen to the boos.
Thank you so much. Yep, that's an amazing statement. Give it up for him.
From a young, sorry. We have a young Rotary Club, and international. We're talking about politics in the United States. It seems to be happening around the globe. I know when Trump was elected the first time, my friends from India said, "Welcome to a non-democratic democracy." So this is maybe outside. With a more global movement to make individual people's voices count, the people on the ground to count for their homes.
Yep. I think if I heard it correctly, she was basically talking about values and centripetal forces that essentially bring us together in times of despair or in times of division. So does anyone have anything to add to that?
I always talk with my dad after I came back, because I'm in AP World right now, so we're always learning about, so dictators. I mean, not that, we're learning about just corrupt governments and stuff, and I'm like, Dad, this happens, and this happens, and this happens, and it's kind of like what's happening right now, right? And he's like, oh, yeah, so we're just talking about that, and I'm like, yeah, this is actually a really big problem. So I just feel like getting people to understand that, having more education about that, just understanding that the past definitely repeats itself and we want to stop that from happening, and that starts with the people in schools and it goes to other people that need to learn that. It's just very important because we don't want the future or the past to repeat itself in the future.
Absolutely, and that's why those classes are so important. I also took that back in my day. I think the answer I would give is that in the US, the anti-corruption movement looks, at least from my lens, like a lot of things, and I think one of the biggest of those things is getting super PAC money out of politics entirely. But I think there's a lot of energy around anti-corruption more broadly. When I talk about my work and super PACs and campaign finance reform, and I use words like independent expenditures and contributions, that sounds really vague and academic, but what I'm really talking about is corruption, and I think everybody around the world is definitely feeling a sense of exhaustion from what we have going on, and it doesn't help that everybody is so divided.
What I want to add on to that is I would say that the main solution, or at least one that I can think of right now, is open discussions with people and recognizing where you're going wrong in decision making, in policy making, in maybe even opinions. The thing that's so great about our country is that we have the right of free speech. And so with that comes a lot of differing opinions, a lot of differing stands on things. And looking at how divided our country and even our world is right now, it's definitely something that has been building up for a while now, and it's something that's been taking action right now and really working as a huge centrifugal force across our entire globe. Again, we are privileged to have our First Amendment, our right to free speech, and so I really want to stretch that so much to anyone watching this, to everyone here right now, use your voice, talk to people who you may have different opinions with. It doesn't matter about where they stand on certain issues. What matters is how we can all come together to define bad and good, and what goes into those two columns, and how we can work together as a nation right now and work towards a greater good, a better America, and then eventually a better world. But that will take time, as we know, because a lot of people do have a lot of very strong opinions. Being able to see the middle ground is so important today, looking at how different people are and how divided we are as a nation. So getting together and being able to see the fault in our ways, why some people are leaning this way more than others, just having a generalized better understanding of why people do what they do. Knowing that not all decisions have one force acting on it, and not one force deciding it. It's more of a collection and an abundance of actions over time that have built our world into what it is today.
Just to quickly add on to that, I'd just like to say anyone that's either watching this or listening right now, just not just listening to the news, that's not enough. Going out, doing your own research, finding your own opinion, not just listening to those around you is super important to finding like what you truly believe in, what your values are, because that's what's gonna like serve you the best in like when you're voting, when you're deciding like who to trust, who to believe. Go out, like do your own research, because there's so many people that can just get tricked by like one sentence and that develops their entire mindset. But if we really like reach out and do our own research on it and figure out what we truly choose to believe in, that's going to be the most powerful thing.
Yeah, no, I loved all your answers.
To answer this, most of the people here, you're on the Rotary stage. We're hearing about the divisions in the world, the things that are happening that aren't sustainable, that aren't good for human health or mental health. How does Rotary, a non-political organization, speak to these young leaders who are leading our world? So I don't know if you guys want to come up and talk about the intersection. Is that okay? And can you guys speak to that as well?
Yes, please do. Okay. Dawn, may I elaborate? Okay. When I was in high school, I was part of Rotary, and I was super thrilled. I was like a total, I shouldn't be mean to my younger self, total nerd. And I loved giving back to my community. That does not make you nerdy, though. And I was part of every club. I was part of Rotary, of course, because it's a wonderful organization. At the time, I was also applying to a ton of colleges. I wanted everything to look good on my resume. And we're planning all of these projects with these older members. And eventually, I was recognized for my work. I was given a scholarship when I got into Yale from Rotary. And when I received the scholarship, they had me hold it up, and they're like, "Awesome. Why don't you come sit on my lap now?" I said, "Excuse me." I didn't know if it was just because I was in the South, but I mean, it's not a Southern thing, you know, to ask that of a young lady, especially when I was being recognized for my work with Rotary. So at that point, it was time to go on to college, and there was an opportunity to keep doing Rotary stuff in college, and I said, "Hell no, that was so weird. I'm not doing that." Another Rotary member, an older man, also told me, in my small hometown, your ambitions of going to a school like Yale or Brown, you shouldn't be thinking that way, like, young lady. And I was like, that's such a horrible thing to say to a young woman who wants to do good things. So when I think of Rotary, which I've healed my relationship with through the wonderful Dawn Bender, Rotary just needs to make itself a more welcoming place. Hello? To young women
It needs to be way more welcoming, and that starts local. So all of the Rotary leaders that I've seen, like at the higher positions of leadership, have been wonderful, but it really has to start local so that you can get wonderful, young boys and girls to join these clubs, and then to be like inspired and empowered to go on and do things like in their career that will help them to whether it's like you're doing mental health work, right? You're doing sustainability work. So Rotary has a role in empowering these young ladies, and they just have to make it welcoming. So.
Nothing like putting me on the spot. First of all, you're absolutely right. We have 1.4 million members, 47,000 clubs, but we represent humanity. And sadly, 100% isn't as nice as or as appropriate as they should be. And I apologize for that. That being said, I think we have a very high percentage that is. And I'm sorry you met a few who aren't. And you should report them, because we deal with those who get reported. And we eliminate them from our organization. We don't want that kind of person in Rotary. Our ethical values are very important to us, and we want to maintain those through every individual, not just clubs and districts. We just talk about it. Every one of us should, it's of the things we think, say, or do, which is not easy. We don't always think it. We need to enforce that. So I thank you for speaking out. That's important. And we need to deal with any individual that we're aware of that is that appropriate. All of us should be treated with respect equally. And I certainly believe that. I know all the people I work with believe that very strongly. And we deal with anybody who doesn't.
Thank you. Barry is absolutely correct on that one. I would say, tragic portion of that was in recent time. When I say that, 3 months ago, we had an incident in our club where a member was misappropriate, I would say, and he was instantly terminated from our club. We want to make sure that we keep that straight, sane, and the way it should be. The other challenges that we face right now is as age of people get older, when they pass on, our average age right now is substantially up there. We have to also realize that the original age of Rotary was actually right around 38 years old. That was the average age, and that was from the original 4. And that was back in time again, but now that age is getting older, our average age in Rotary North America is close to 70 years old, if I'm not mistaken, right, Barry? We're looking at right around 68, 69, somewhere around there. Yeah, and UK is about 80. So when we look at that, there is probably 2 generations between those coming in, your age, and those that are old like me. Based on that, the hard part is the communication. We lack that. We don't have the skill, the ability, nor the aptitude to be able to speak with a generation, 2, 3 generations younger than us. So that is our fault. We don't do that. We don't do that well at all. I think that has to change, and to be honest, the only way that's going to change is if we could incorporate younger people like you. We need to have that connection. Every club needs to have that connection. So I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming us because we have not been inclusive. The other thing I would like to state, all 4 of you are extremely articulate. Yanni back there goes, of all of the groups that came up on stage so far, the only ones able to use a microphone correctly were you 4 right here. So congratulations to you. No, it is outstanding, guy. You're extremely articulate. You voiced an opinion with a lot of credit to that one. The only thing I'm worried about is you're probably going to kick me out, and they're going to give you my job next year. So with that, thank you. Outstanding.
Which brings me in my next point, Wade. Thank you for your service. We just hired Chevy for next year. No, just kidding. Just kidding. I just wanted to address that. The first club I always say Rotary projects require 3 things: time, treasure, and talent. And my first club I was president of, I think the average age was 110. I was the youngest guy at 50. But we had a joke master who I'd bring young people, and he'd tell jokes that were not appropriate. And I said, I'm going to stop bringing people here. Then I just said, I'm going to start my own club, because they wouldn't stop it. But you don't tell a blonde joke at a Rotary meeting. So, but anyway, I don't want to end on that note. Our club's a little different. We say we're not your grandfather's Rotary Club, and we get a lot of accolades from my brother Don. He is really the driving force of our youth leadership. He's a mentor, an intern, or mentor to so many, and he's like the whisperer. Well, we were at a dental clinic in Panama, and I see like 12 dental students looking up at him like standing in the water, just talking, and they're just like, oh, your brother's just the nicest guy in the world. But anyway, he's really done a good job of getting you guys all together, and I'd like a round of applause for my brother Don Bender. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a story that might be interesting that would tie. I'm surprised it went this way. So you guys, this may be the last time that Steve has me come here or do anything, and you have my permission if you want to kick me out of Rotary. I understand. I am generation 3 of a 4-generation Rotarian family, okay? And when I was first invited to join the Rotary Club at Boise, which is the oldest club in my district, before I even knew that much about my uncle and my heritage, the people who were high tier in my city said, you and I will never be able to be a part of that club. Those are the movers and shakers in the state. You will not be able to belong. Well, fast forward a year, and someone invited me. And my boss, who was a woman, I asked if I could have 15 extra minutes off on my lunchtime so I could walk across the street to join the Boise Rotary Club. My boss, a woman leader, director for this big division in Idaho, said, you can't join Rotary. And I said, why not? You're a woman. I said, the person who asked me was a woman. She said, really? Well, you can't join because you don't have a business. And I said, I'm the treasurer and the secretary for my husband's medical business. And she said, well, you can't join because they probably have other doctors there. So, and they're not going to let you join. I'm like, well, they are. And she said, well, why would you want to join Rotary anyway? And I said, because it's a service organization and I want to be of service. And she said to me, I kid you not, oh, I'm sure you can find some little old lady club to go do service if you're into that kind of thing. So I went home, talked to my husband, and my son happened to be home from Guatemala. And my husband said, oh, honey, you can't join Rotary. That's too much work. You're needed here when you're not working to take care of the kids and the garden and the house and the business. And my son said, after what she said to you, you have to join. So, fast forward, been through a lot of bumps. It has been the best journey. These are the best people. And it goes back to what Steve Bender said, Steve just walked away because he's too busy making stuff happen. When people say they can't or try to put a block in front of you, you just don't hear it. You just keep going. And we've been through enough blocks, but there are enough good people in Rotary who will stand behind you, who will connect with you, who will make international change happen. Just like Barry, just like Wade, just like all around this audience. They will mentor you and make your dreams come true. Even those political things, which my daughter works in in politics in Idaho. So you can imagine what she's, and those are the Rotarians that stay behind her on both sides of the aisle, both sides. Same with my son. Rotarian, both sides of the aisle, making good things happen. Rotary makes it happen.
Thank you. One last comment. I'm coming over to Barry there. I would say this, and this is a message for you four. Since I was a teenager, 14 years old, my goal and one of my jobs that I always did was coaching. I was a black belt in judo and aikido, and I gave back to the younger ones by teaching. That was my job. I spent half my time training, the other half was in training people. As I got older, I started doing the same thing. And when I had kids, I did the same thing. Currently, I am the president of the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Santa Barbara. I am also the executive director for the Santa Barbara Junior Golf Tour, which I've been running for kids ages 9 to 18 years old for the last 34 years. Now, I'm telling you this because you're going to find someday, look in the mirror, that all of a sudden you're the older one, and you're going to miss out on that opportunity. So those issues and those challenges that you have faced in the past, keep those as memories, because you want to be able to mentor other ones through that same challenge that they're going to face. You have to be there for them, and the only way you're going to be there for them is if you're a part of their lives. So give back to the youth. Even though you're the young ones now, eventually there's going to be somebody younger than you that's going to need your help.
And we're probably doing complete overkill on this, but I'm compelled. First of all, I do a lot of presentations every month, 15 to 20 to Rotary groups. And in every single one, I talk about the fact that we're over 120 years old. And as an organization of that size, we have to reinvent ourselves. And I think we're in that process right now. Every club has to have the discussion amongst themselves. Are they relevant to today's world? Are we relevant to our young generations? And honestly, most of them are not. And we have to become relevant. And until we do, we're not going to be that new best humanitarian organization in the world. To change my own club, who voted against women for many years, I proposed my daughter to join the club. It was either throw me out or take her. They decided they'd take her. We brought in 3 women. We're now 50-50. But the beauty of that was they also brought in their friends. So our average age has plummeted as well, which is fantastic. We, as people who want to do good things in the world, have got to keep trying to overcome those kind of obstacles. You don't let them stop. Read my book. Every obstacle could possibly hit me in my career. I either went over it, around it, or through it. You don't let anything stop you. Do what you know is right to do, and you'll have a great life. And I thank you for what you're going to do to make our world a better place. Thank you all.
Let me just, been listening to you and taping you, putting you on Facebook Live and all the media, because that's who you are. You're the closest people to the media and know how to spread our word and our message around the world. Listening to you, it makes us all believe that Rotary service will never be interrupted as long as we have young women like yourself has the passion to serve others, down from your soul. President Barry Racine talked about his book. I am going to give you a gift. I'm going to buy you 1 book for each one of you so you can take it with you and you read it. And today, Don, what is Don? Don, come on up, please. I want to thank Don for all his efforts to really stay with you, pay attention to you, give you all the good advice. And today, Don and I and the President, we're going to present you with a pin for next year. Create lasting impact. You are the example of creating a lasting impact on Rotary for years to come because of your smiles, because of your passion, because of your kindness. So thank you again, and I'm going to have Don present you with a pin for each one of you with the President. Thank you again. You're awesome.
Thank you, Shab. Very generous.
just want to thank everybody else. We got to get Sophie to the airport so you can get to school tomorrow. Go ahead. Thanks so much, guys. Round of applause for these guys. Thank you so much. And then Barry will get you a book back there. It's funny, I had my money out. I was going to buy one, then Shab beat me to it, so that's great. Oh, I'm sorry, you still going?
Oh, yes, we're still going.
Oh, shoot. I so apologize.
You're good. Okay. Okay. I think are we going to continue the panel? Okay.
Scooch on down. I'll get
yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think we had addressed all the questions earlier, but I think next up is our speeches. So we're gonna, yeah. Okay, nice to meet you. Yeah. Earlier, I had given the rest of the girls to introduce an opportunity to introduce themselves, but I will be introducing myself. Hello, everybody. My name is Shivi Kumar. I'm 17 years old, and I'm one of the youngest advisors to the United Nations. I'm the co-chair of the UNA Women CEDAW Toolkit. We've passed 3 of our legislations into CEDAW this year. Along with that, I am also a researcher at Harvard Medical School and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania. And I hold 18 publications published into Nature and also the Journal of Biomedicine and Biotechnology. Actually, yesterday I was at Chicago to pick up my award from the American Academy of Neurology regarding my novel treatment techniques for brain tumors. But essentially, I serve as one of the youngest leaders and advisors to UNA Women as my role as a co-chair aligned with CEDAW priorities. And what I've seen with a lot of my work with Rotary, along with our SDG Youth Council, which is a Rotary initiative, is that youth leadership is often treated as symbolic. But in health systems and policy systems today, it should be required, and it's increasingly operational and necessary. So I've had the opportunity to work alongside multilateral policy and also field implementation. I can see that it's very important that we have the voices that our systems are designed to change the lives of, incorporated in the decision making. And in parallel, through Rotary, I worked to establish an SDG Youth Council composed of 17 youth leaders around the world, each representing one of the 17 SDG Sustainable Development Goals. And this initiative reflects a very core belief, and that is that youth leadership is most effective when it's structured, accountable, and directly integrated into existing systems. Now, what I mean by that is that goes along with what we've heard earlier before with Rotary's model of local implementation, structured and accountable, and also directly integrated in existing systems, working with AI, working with research to directly impact the policy and also the clubs that we make in Rotary. And the urgency of youth leadership lies today in its function. Young leaders are positioned to identify early gaps that are hurting our legislation policies. We often are very perceptive to the things that people older than us do not or cannot see very well. And it's that we can see that research must inform policy. I can proudly say that I am not the only youth leader involved in research. There are plenty of younger people involved in research, medical research, legislation research, legal reform work. And policy must align with financing. We had our wonderful panelists talk about dark money in policies, and that's something that a lot of youth can see whenever they're working in different policy campaigns and different political campaigns. And the fact is that we're very fast learners, and essentially with the integration of youth, progress can go away from being fragmented and reactive. Youth leadership is then not just about representation. It's not just about having a younger leader or a younger woman on your team board of advisors. It's about having them as a voting member, having them directly impact different policies and different rules that are being made in the club, different projects as well. And it's about responsibility most of all. It's about designing and implementing systems that work before they fail and ensuring that innovation in science is matched by innovation in delivery. So to all the youth members that are hearing this, especially you, start before you feel ready. Thank you. Next, we'll have Shreya talk about her work. Is this my speech? We're not going to do Do I talk about the slideshow?
Everybody here is gathered today to talk about sustainability, whether that be through sustainable systems, climate systems, healthcare systems, or political systems. Now, before I go any further with this, I want to ask everybody a question. For the people here, can you raise your hand if you've ever felt burned out before? Yeah, that's exactly what I expected. Now, if you feel comfortable enough, could you close your eyes for a minute? And I want you to think about a time that you felt burned out. Not just tired, but disconnected. Like you cared, but you didn't have the capacity to keep showing up. Okay, now open your eyes. Something I've come to realize is that for many people across generations, that feeling isn't always the easiest to name. Because for a long time, burnout was seen as weakness, something you have to push through, not something that's discussed. But the main thing I want to talk about is that systems don't just run themselves. They depend entirely on the people running them. People who are often exhausted, overwhelmed, and quietly disengaging. That is something I didn't fully understand until I started reflecting on my own experience. In my TED Talk, It's Okay to Not Feel Okay, I spoke about what it feels like when your identity is completely built around performance, when everything you do is tied to achievement. And suddenly, that foundation becomes way unstable. At that time, I thought it was personal, but it isn't. We're raising a generation that cares so deeply about climate justice, change, but caring isn't the same as sustaining. There's a movement that we don't talk about enough. When things begin to feel overwhelming, that's where burnout begins. That's when people start to disengage. Not necessarily because they don't care about what they're doing, but because they don't feel supported enough in continuing to care. And this doesn't stop with youth. For youth, it may show up as urgency without support. For adults, it may show up as responsibility without recovery. And for older generations, it can come up as reflection without connection. Across every stage of life, people are struggling to stay engaged, not because of a lack of awareness, but because of a lack of sustainable support. And that led me to rethink sustainability itself. We often define sustainability as environmental or something within structural terms, but sustainability is also human. It's emotional. It's relational. It's about whether or not people have the capacity to continuously show up at what they love so much. Because here's the reality. We cannot build sustainable systems with unsustained people. So if we're serious about long-term change, we have to start somewhere different. We have to start at the foundation of it all, the people. That's what led me to start the Global Minds Initiative of Mental Health and Policy, connecting mental health to how we design and sustain communities and civic systems. Right now, I'm developing a multi-generational pilot, bringing together youth, adults, and people of older generations, not to immediately solve problems, but to understand something so much more fundamental. how people actually experience burnout, disengagement across their lives. Because each generation holds a completely different part of that experience. And without that understanding, we continue to build ineffective systems that expect sustained participation from people who aren't being sustained themselves. My TED Talk began with the idea, it's okay to not be okay. But the next step is this. What do we do with that understanding? How do we move from awareness to structure? How do we build systems that actually sustain people? Because the future isn't just built by systems. It's sustained by the people working at them, the people involved, and the people who care so deeply and passionately about what they do. If we want stronger systems, we have to start by sustaining each other. Thank you. Thank you.